Is Janet from another planet? 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 Is Janet from another planet?
Team Shit Show 2.0. Join Janet from another planet and her co-host every Thursday night at 8 Central Time. We're going to discuss entertainment, news, and pop culture, gaming, and many other surprising subjects. Teen Shit Show 2.0.
Today's digital landscape with the spread of false information can lead to dangerous outcomes. It's crucial for everyone to think critically and verify sources and reflect on the impact of what they share. Let's promote responsible communication to ensure that truth prevails and actions remain rooted in reality.
The opinions you're about to hear on this show are strictly those of the panel.
The following program is rated TV MA LSV. It contains strong language, sexual situations, and violence. It is intended only for mature audiences.
Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to the Friday Night Shit Show. And thank you, Chris, for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having me.
Well, I haven't heard from Richard yet. And Ruben, as he said last week, is on his way to Texas to help his brother. So he's not here tonight, but hopefully he'll be all settled in by next week and he can join us again. But yeah, it's still going to be busy because we always have a lot of shit to talk about. So how are you doing, Chris? How are you?
Good. Just percolating right along, trying to stay out of the heat as much as I can. It's been a crazy summer.
Well, hello, Lloyd Christmas. Thank you for stopping in. I really appreciate you. And I'll say hi, Jackie. I really appreciate you. And I know you can't stay very long because you have to work, but I really appreciate you helping out. Yeah, that's the intro's messed up because I have to edit it to make it fill the whole screen. The other one is shorter, so I wanted to do that one, but I will fix it, I promise. So, how you doing, Lloyd Christmas? But he's hilarious. He's in my Discord too. But I'm going to start off with the first thing I want to share because I thought it was pretty important, and I think it's important to most everybody. So let me pull this up real quick. Yeah, because it's a big news that Caroline is leaving her press secretary job for the White House, and I thought she did a wonderful job. And I'm seeing a bunch of little things popping up here and there saying who they think is going to fill in for her. So, because remember, my governor started out doing this. So maybe, if she has big enough eyes, she might decide to run. But, I don't know. I don't want her to rush into anything because I know that she's just had a baby not very long ago. And I would like for her to be able to take a little time off and spend time with her kids and her husband and, bond again or whatever, because it's a lot of work. And I guarantee she gets tons of death threats and who knows what else. at her home. Because look what happened to Stephen Miller and his wife having to move and live on a base because their kids were getting threatened walking to school and stuff. It's terrible. People are just sickening. Have you heard anything about who they might pick?
I'm hearing people talk about it, but nobody that I know, and my circle, nobody that I know has mentioned a name. And until I hear somebody in that circle mention a name, he's just, holding out. I will tell you what I saw, though. CNN, one of the most anti-Trump woke idiots they have, gave her the greatest compliment, said that she was the best press secretary in the last 50 years.
Yeah, she's good. She was phenomenal. She was very, very professional. Even
she
though
was a matter of fact
pregnant,
and to the point. She doesn't beat around the bush. She'll tell you to shut up pretty quick.
Yeah, but the thing is, she was pregnant, and you're very hormonal when you're pregnant. The fact that she was able to stand up there and be matter of fact about it and not take no shit from anybody, but not be a bitch, just shows her quality. Basically, it's very rare. And I thought Huckabee did really good too. Sarah did an excellent job, but there's something about Caroline that was so grounded, and she was so pretty. She was just a beautiful woman also. So well, hello, thank you for stopping in, appreciate it. And she's just so talented. And I heard so many men make fun of her husband all the time because he's so much older than her and all this kind of stuff, but they're so full of shit. They're just jealous because this guy waited until he found the woman of his dreams and he got her. And now she has 2 beautiful children. She had a wonderful career working for Donald Trump, with a really, really important job. And she had to put up with a lot of shit. And I'm telling you, she was on the the ball. She did not let anything happen while she was up there. And she was very professional. So she's going to be missed. And I just can't wait to find out who's going to take her place, because they got some big shoes to fill. You know what, though? There was this one guy, I can't remember what his name is, and I really like him. I really hope that he picks him. I can't remember his name, though, right this second. It just escaped me for some reason. But I can see his face, and I think he'd do a really good job. Because honestly, I think it'd be really hard to put Carrie Lake or anyone in her position, because putting another woman in there is going to be really hard. It's going to make that woman feel like every spotlight in the world is on her. You know what I mean? But a guy, I think everybody will give him a little bit of slack because it's a guy. He can't replace a woman. See what I mean? So I just hope it's this guy, but I can't remember what his name is right this minute. I just wanted to open with that because that's one of the things that's going to be really different is when she's no longer, press secretary.
I sent a funny note in our group text in the advisory board.
Yeah.
And this was before she said she was going to resign, right? And I was watching a press conference live, and they said something that infuriated me, right? One of the reporters. So I picked up my phone. I was watching it on TV. I picked up my phone and I texted the group. And I said, you guys need to make me part of the media team now that this COVID thing's wound down, because it'll keep me busy. I said, not to talk, of course, just to escort people out the room that ask dumb questions and inform them in the hall. This is not your psychiatrist office. Don't come in here and babble your crazy fucking thoughts. If you've got something real that you want the answer to, but we don't want you to come in here and tell us what your tarot reader said last night, or, because there's so much of that goes on. I was really mad. I was really mad. I'm like, I'll escort him right out. I don't care. I'll walk over and snatch him up and go, you're done. Give me your press pass. That it's harder to get a press pass than a ticket to the Masters golf tournament. Right? And you get one and you go in there and you're basically just throwing your Trump derangement syndrome, which, by the way, is an official diagnosis in America now. That's
Yeah, it
how
seems
real
like
Trump
it.
derangement syndrome got. It's a real psychiatric diagnosis.
But the name is Scott Jennings.
Yeah, Scott Jennings, that's who it
That's the
was.
name. But I could see his face, but I'm terrible with names. I mean, I
Me
have to
too.
say your name 100 times before I remember, even though I'll recognize you in a crowd of people and I'll be waving, but then I'm like, what's her name? I can't remember. I'm terrible. I'm really
I'm
bad at that.
terrible. Yeah,
I
me
mean, it
too.
took me a lifetime to remember my sister's name. So can't hold that against me, but I'm honest about it, because I've always been that way. Ever since I was a kid, I just cannot remember names, but I remember faces. If I've met you, I will remember your face. I really will. I'm really good at that. But yeah, I had to get on my X and look, because I was like, I know I saw that name somewhere, and I was thinking of, because I commented, said, I hope they get him, because someone else was saying they wanted Stephen Miller, and I was like, we need him in the position he's in, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah,
We can't take people away and put them in another place when there's other good people out there that we can just get and add them to the ones we already have. So I just wanted to make sure that I said it. But Scott Jennings, and
well, that's a hell of a stepping stone. If you can be the White House press secretary, look at all of them. They all have their own shows on, whatever channel it is. If they're left, they're on CNN and MS Now, and if they're right, they're on Fox News and some CBS people. But when you have that job, you're more out front than the president, for Christ's sake. Right? You're constantly in front of those people being questioned. You're on social media, the TV channels, yada, yada, yada. And you're really the face of the message. And she was the best in 50 years.
And you're going to be branded. See, anyone who takes this job is going to be branded. I mean, look at the two women that I remember that were under Biden. And I'm telling you, they took a lot of shit, because so many people were saying, they had to cover for this guy every day. And I'm sure they wanted to go home and just take a shower and a hot bubble bath just to wipe off all the shit that they had to put up with each day, having to work under and cover for Joe Biden. I know it had been horrible for them. Their self-esteem must have been in the gutter, and I felt sorry for them. I really did. I felt like, everybody said they're just bitches. They deserve it. And I go, that's not true. We don't know anything about these people. We just know they were hired to do a job, and they're doing the best they can to cover for this guy that's like, he doesn't even know who he is, So I just felt sorry for them. And I can't even remember their names, but I could pick them out of a crowd. I know what they look like. So I'm terrible at that. But I want to share this first thing that I thought was important. It was a video that came across my timeline, and it was a young woman, and she was warning women about being very careful about being at the airport and maybe a big bus station or whatever else. And I want to share this video real quick because, she definitely was afraid of what happened to her at this airport. She was at the Tampa airport, and she's going to tell you this, because I think women and men, especially if you're a young man and you go in and you feel like, I don't know, I can't explain what it is, but everyone, I think, if you're connected to yourself, can experience, where your hair stands on the back of your neck. You just know you feel like someone's watching you. You just have this weird feeling. Pay attention to that. It's a fight or flight thing that you have for a reason. It's every person has it if you don't let it die and wither it on the vine, because you actually pay attention to your body. You will notice it. But she definitely felt it was strong enough to share, make a video and share it with other people to try to keep people safe. So I want to share this with you. Here we go.
Tampa Airport last night, and take this as a sign to always listen to your gut and be aware of your surroundings. I landed finally after 12 hours of traveling, 12 plus hours, at 11:30 p.m. And it was around midnight, 11:45, when I headed downstairs to go to baggage claim. While doing so, I veered off to the right, where there was a singular women's restroom, no men's restroom. This was in the corner of an airport. It's late at night. There's not a lot of outgoing flights, so the airport is pretty empty, except for baggage claim, which is several hundred feet down that way.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm walking into this restroom, I see a man in front of me, and I thought, that's a little weird. This is only the women's restroom. He disappeared as I turned the corner, and I assumed he went into the family single-stall restroom that was right outside the women's restroom entrance. As I sat down in the stall, I looked to my left, and I saw a pair of male feet facing the wrong way. I immediately stood up, my heart started pounding, and I ran out of the bathroom. I saw 2 construction workers pass by, and I debated, and I was kind of in shock at this point. And I asked them, hey, do you have balls? As in, can you say something? Can you help me here? And I said, there's a man in the restroom. And they said, what? They were very thrown off. Hey, do you guys have balls? You guys have balls? I think there's a whole ass dude in the women's restroom. I went back in to double check. And as I went back in to double check, I saw a second man exit from the last stall, who I had not even known was in there in the first place. There's 2 dudes in there. There are 2 men in there. Meaning the second man was in the restroom before I had even entered the restroom, on top of another dude who went in right before I did as well. There were 2 men in the women's restroom in the corner of the Tampa airport at night with pretty much no one else nearby. As this man walked out of the stall, I turn around, I'm in shock because I had no idea there was another man in there. I looked at him, I said, why are you in the women's restroom? To which he responds, sorry, I thought it was the men's. In there. Why are you in the women's restroom?
Oh, sorry, not the men's. Yeah, y'all, you can come in, but you gotta use the family restroom. Yes, sir. Excuse me, sir.
I don't buy this response because there was not a single urinal in there, and there were 2 to 3 signs plastered, women, before going in. And the fact that there were 2 men in there tells me something. Now, I came back out and I was in shock. I will be honest, I was in shock, and I didn't believe that there were actually 2 men in there. I thought my mind was making something up. So I tell the workers, there's probably just one. I hope there's just one. And at this point, this all took place over 90 seconds. They had already called security.
That's just normal. That just never happened. It freaked me out a little bit.
I'm looking down. I'm like, I'm seeing shoes face the wrong way on this floor right here. There's a man in the stall next to me. Like, shit. I appreciate it, though.
You said I was the only one?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I hope so.
Thank you.
Yeah. I can go double check. Even the construction workers, and I'll play the clips, said, this is weird. This hasn't happened before. It's, freaking me out. Me too, bro. So security already made their way over, and I told them, I hope it was one. Think it was one. I don't know. I can double check. And they said, no, don't worry about it. Now, as I was on my Uber ride home, because I was in shock in that moment, I realized, holy crap. I was in a restroom with 2 men, one of which was already waiting in there, and the second of which had gone in there right before I did. On top of this, I think what happened was, and I was sending texts to my sister about this, I purposely, when I came back out of the restroom, I purposely was a little loud when approaching staff because I wanted the men in the restroom to hear me, to hear that I was getting people. And I think what this did was scared one of them out because he very quickly rushed by when he said, sorry, thought it was the men's. He didn't look anybody in the eyes. And I listened to my gut. I listened to my gut. And going home in this Uber right after really put it into place. Holy crap, that could have been a bad situation. And going to bed last night was not easy to do because I could not stop thinking about it and saying, holy crap, that could have been a bad situation. So ladies, please always be aware of your surroundings and don't be afraid to make a scene because it's better to look a fool and make a scene, but make sure you're safe than to be, just a little too passive and a little too nice because you don't want to be seen as rude. Okay, your life is sometimes on the line. Make a scene.
I love that. I thought that was very brave of her to state her feelings about what happened with her. And she's right. I hate to say this, but many times you could go get online and look it up. There'll be a guy in the bathroom waiting, and then a girl goes in and another guy goes in and she doesn't come out alive. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of places when you're traveling down the interstate, there's lots of restrooms on the side of the road. And, you know, you go in with your kid and you don't come out. You know, it's really sad. That's why I always look how many cars are there. I yell into the bathroom and I look through the door and see if there's any feet under the stall, that kind of stuff. Try to be safe because you've got to protect yourself, and you can't be on your phone and wearing headphones or whatever and go in these restrooms, especially at night or when there's no one around. You know, when you think there's no one around, there has been many people that get attacked and then they don't find them. You know, until way later when it's too late, nobody can help you. So just keep an eye out, and just like she said, listen to your gut. If you got an uneasy feeling, you got it for a reason. It doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means you're being cautious, trying to be safe. One night I was driving along, and it was pouring down rain, and I saw a young woman, at least it looked like a woman, walking down the road, and she had a bag. She was carrying, like she was going traveling, hitchhiking, or whatever. And my instant thing was, I'm going to pull over and ask her if she needs a ride. Okay, that's what I did. But then I started thinking, maybe I shouldn't. But then I thought, oh, God would want me to help this person. It's pouring down rain and there's nobody, you know, on the interstate. So I took my purse from the seat and I put it on the other side of me. And then I got my pistol and I put it in the door. And I was ready to use it if I had to. And I pulled over and I said, do you need a ride? And they said, well, can you give me a ride to the next exit so I can go to the gas station, whatever. And I said, I sure will. And it wasn't but a mile and a half. That's still a long ways when you're thinking the whole time this person's going to pull a knife out or something. And she was shivering. I could hear her teeth chattering because it was cold. And I kept my eye on her, on this eye out to her the whole time, worried. I was petrified. She didn't do anything. She was just a young person who didn't have a way to get anywhere. But I was scared to death. And I haven't picked up another person since. It's terrible to feel that way, that you can't help someone anymore because you might be putting your life in danger. Now, if I'd had anyone in my vehicle, I wouldn't have picked them up. I would have pulled over and said, hey, do you need to call someone to pick you up or whatever, or something like that. But I wouldn't have let them have my phone or let them in my vehicle. I would have said, I'll dial what number and I'll ask them to come get you or whatever. But I didn't. I gave that person a ride and I was petrified. So just be careful out there because we don't know. There's a lot of not nice people in our world, and it's a fact that we have to face. So have you ever had anything like that happen to you, Chris?
Let me tell, I have a few stories, bathroom stories.
Okay.
Right. So, okay, in Europe, right, certain places, they don't have men or women on the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And if you react to that, they call you primitive. They go, oh, it's a fucking American, whatever. Right. So there's different places in the world, but some of my assignments where I was in third world countries, whether we were doing humanitarian and vaccines, whatever, you know, we do all kinds of stuff. And they would just have ditches between the houses. Mm-hmm. And if you had to go to the bathroom, that's where you went. And the smell went away when it rained. Right. They would like fill up. People threw all kind of shit in there. And that's where you went to the bathroom. Now, you know, and I'll finish with this. So I was, when I went over to Bosnia, they housed me in the MP's. I was supposed to have a hotel room over there while I was processing. Mm-hmm. And so they didn't have one. So they put me in the MP station. And we had the most god-awful trip you could ever imagine. We left San Antonio. We get to LaGuardia or JFK, whatever it was. And our plane lands, and they said it's only got one engine. It took them like 2 days to fix the engine, right? And we're wandering around in there. And then we go and we land in Munich, and we're waiting for just forever, like 10 hours. It's like, where the hell is, where's our bus? So we get a message from the airport. Security comes up and says, yeah, your bus broke down. They had to go get another bus. So they come back and they pick us all up, and we're driving through the Alps and Bavaria and all this shit, man. Yeah. This bus would not make it up some hills. We would have to get off the bus and walk to the top of the hill so we could get back in the bus. So this whole thing goes on, and I'm over there, and I'm thinking, oh my God, man, I'm taking a shower, right? That's the first thing I wanted to do. And they put us in a storage room, and we had to readjust the storage and stack everything. And I told you about my battle buddy, John Taylor, right?
Yeah.
About how lazy he was and how he could sleep through a hurricane. And so I go down to take a shower, and I'm in there, and I'm thinking, and I hear somebody muffling around in there, and I don't think anything of it. And a totally naked female MP walks by me and walks in the shower right next to me. I was like, well, this is going to be interesting. And that's the way it was. And they worked together, and we worked together. And sometimes there'd be 5 naked men and 3 or 4 naked women all taking showers, and we'd be shaving, and they'd go over there and shave their legs in the sink and shit. It was bizarre, you know. So depending on where you are in the world, you might just experience anything, you know. And as far as picking people up, when I went to go stay with my parents, right, they both got cancer and they're dying, and I'm there taking care of, and I couldn't stand it. You know, just imagine being 50 and being around your parents all the time, right? So I would just ride around, and sometimes if I saw somebody really disheveled on the side of the street, I would say, hey, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. And as soon as they got in, I would say, tell me your story. And they'd go, what do you mean? I'm like, well, you don't end up where you are without some kind of story, so tell me what's going on. And you would be stunned how many friends I still have in my life today that they would tell me their story, and I knew just where to take them to get the help they needed. You know, and when you help people all the time, there's a benefit in that. Now, I'm 5'9.5", 5'10", depending on what shoes I'm wearing, you know, and I weigh 232 pounds, and I'm not too worried about somebody grabbing me. You know, anybody that looks at me that knows that's a handful, I don't think I'm going to grab him. You know, so I did a lot of those fears I don't have, but I certainly have picked up a lot of people. You know, it stopped at the first place I could buy them something to eat and all, because I just enjoy doing that. And those kind of people, just one person slowing down enough to care and listen can change a person's life. And I've seen it happen. And some of those people were, you know, got busted, went to Florida from Michigan, got caught with some drug, you know, and they're out of jail and literally walking back to Missouri or walking back to Michigan. And some of those people that I know now run plants, you know, they're stockbrokers, real estate, and all kind of stuff. And it was just somebody just stopping, and you know, and I would tell them, ask them about their family. I'd say, well, let's call them up, and we'd call them on the phone, and I'd say, hey, I got your son, blah blah blah, and we're just riding up the road, and I'm, you know, and men family breaks where they had a place to go. A lot of them would, I'd say, where are you going? I said, I don't know. My parents live here. I know they're not going to let me come home. And you could literally take that situation and really change the whole family's life by making them understand. You know, I would tell them stories. Well, my dad was president's doctors and very high in the military. And I would tell them some of my personal family stories. There's no such thing as a perfect family, but a good family is one that sticks together through hard times. And you know, so I've had my experiences with all that. I totally get why that girl reacted the way she did, but I could totally see some of those MPs that were taking showers with me in Germany would just walk in and do their thing and leave without even thinking about it. But you don't, putting yourself in dangerous situations, not smart.
Why she got really scared, and after she thought about it for a little bit, she realized how much danger she could have been in with 2 men in there to have to fight off.
Well, I mean, if you go, I've been to NFL football games and baseball games and all that, and the lines come around the bathrooms, and girls will go in the men's room because there's so many women, and you guys have to use stalls and pull your pants. You know, men, and they got those urinals in there. They're like 50 feet long.
The realizing that they said they didn't realize it wasn't a men's room when she said there was not a single urinal in there. So
they could have just got off the same flight as her and drank a half a gallon of liquor.
I know, but the fact that she was trying to get people to understand that a man would walk in and say, hey, if there was 2 guys, okay, or if you were, say you had you and your friend, you just got off the plane, you had to pee, and you'd go, hey, is anybody in here? And they said, no noise. The one guy goes in and the other guy stands at the door and says, hey, sorry, we didn't have a restroom and my friend had to go to the bathroom. It's that simple, something like that. But they didn't. They just went in and...
Well, chances are if his feet were pointing in the wrong direction, he was probably using the toilet. That would be my first assumption. It's like, well, obviously that's a man and he's taking a pee.
The fact that he was in the women's bathroom that scared her. And then the fact that it was two men in there, not just one, two men. One was already in there. And she thought maybe when she was on her way home in her Uber that the other guy was in there waiting on the other guy to show up, because if there was a woman in there, maybe they were going to, do something with her. She didn't know. But what I'm saying is you need to be paying attention, especially if you had a kid. What if she had a small kid with her?
Yeah, I mean, if you go to DCA.
If I was in there and I had a kid with me, my kid, to go to the bathroom, and I saw a man's feet under there like that, I would say, what the hell are you doing in here? This is the women's bathroom. And then I would have got on my phone and I would have called 911, because I would have said, I'm in here with my small child and there's a man in here. I want him out.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not against her standing up for herself at all. I'm just saying that, first off, if you've ever been to like Bush in one of the later flights, or Detroit, Douglas in Detroit, there are certain places you can get in there from your gate down to where you don't see anybody, and that I feel eerie if I don't see someone, right? I'm looking around and saying there's surely somebody around here is alive.
Every time I've gone to the airport, it doesn't matter where I'm at, whether it's Florida, Texas, or wherever, California, the women's bathroom always has a huge line, sometimes outside the bathroom. The men's, they go in and out, and you just see it's constant movement.
That's right.
So the thing is, but there's always been a men's room. So if the guy would have looked around, I'm sure he would have found the men's room. It's probably across the hall or whatever. I don't know. But I'm just saying, the fact that there was a woman's room and a universal one for families or whatever, and they didn't go in that one, they went into the women's. So I'm just saying, it sounded like a setup to me. I would have been leery, and I would have probably felt the exact same way as she did on her way home in her car. On her way to her house, she started thinking how close it could have been. Anyone can say, well, nothing happened and make it no big deal, right? But a lot of people are stopped from doing things they're not supposed to, simply because someone else showed up or whatever. And then they later find out, oh, it was Ted Bundy. It was this person. It was this person. So I'm thankful that she felt that it was important to share her story with other people. Maybe she'll get that one person to go, something's not right, and then they leave, and that person ends up being, wasn't that person that was in there, could have been somebody who's already killed other people. Happens every day. There's an active serial killer, I'm telling you, in almost every state right now. And I hate to say that, but that's the truth. But let me
more than one, I hate to tell you.
Yeah, I know that. But here's the next thing I wanted to pull up, now that we're going to start getting into the shit, since I just want to start out with that. But let me pause this. Okay, so it says J.D. Vance and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just referred 225 hospitals and health systems to the DOJ and the HH Inspector General for potential federal law violations after they carried out transgender operations on children. So I don't know if you guys heard anything about this on the news, but I thought this was important enough to play it. And I'm going to share the link in the chat.
Today, HHS released Wolves in White Coats, a report examining pediatric gender medicine and insurance building across America. The findings raise serious questions about what families were told, what insurers were told, and how these procedures were built.
Today, Secretary Kennedy and I referred hospitals and clinics identified by this review to the Department of Justice and the HHS Inspector General for possible violations of federal law. These allegations are crazy and they demand investigation. When children may have been harmed and families misled, it's on those of us in power to find the truth and to seek justice for kids who are harmed by these doctors.
Under the previous administration, my predecessor, Richard Levine, promoted what he called gender-affirming care for minors, and there's nothing caring about that. These are sex-rejecting, mutilating, transgender procedures promoted by the Biden administration, and thanks to President Trump's leadership, we're changing course. The Wolves in White Coats report issued by my office at HHS examines a medical system that subjected children to profound interventions while serious questions remained about evidence, about informed consent, and about financial incentives. The report found more than 225 hospitals and health systems established pediatric gender programs nationwide where they preyed on vulnerable children and told families that their kids needed life-altering medical treatments when what they really needed was compassion and counseling.
Terrible. That is terrible. Oh, this breaks my heart. Think about it. All those people just wanted to help their kid because their kid was threatening to kill themselves or whatever because their school counselor told them, you're in the wrong body, or who knows what. And then you have doctors that swore an oath to do no harm, and they're chopping off body parts of little girls and boys. That sounds like something that happened in Nazi Germany. You know what I mean? It doesn't sound like anything would happen like that. A Frankenstein doctors in the United States of America. It's disgusting. It just repulses me. And all of those people, any doctor that cut open a little boy or girl and took their testicles out or took off their breasts of a little girl for her to, and then started injecting them with hormones when they haven't even gone through puberty yet, should have their license revoked and maybe go to prison because they did it because they enjoyed chopping someone up. To me, that's no different than Jeffrey Dahmer chopping off people's heads or penises or whatever and keeping them in the refrigerator. Mutilation. It's disgusting.
Yeah, this topic causes me to have horrible feelings, right? It literally wants me to. I'm violent right now inside just listening to this.
I know, and I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. But what I want to do is let's go back to the very first sex change operation.
Mm-hmm.
All right. A couple had twins, both boys. And they opted, instead of having the circumcision right after birth, they said no and then changed their mind. And they went back and they took these two infants back. Mm-hmm. And they were using lasers to do these circumcisions. And the guy they handed the laser to the doctor on the wrong setting, and it literally burned one of their penises off.
Mm-hmm.
So the doctor tells the family, okay, we've got this new technology and we can just adjust him over to being a girl because we'll give him hormones. And at this age, so young, he'll develop a uterus and all this. So they followed these two young children, and everything they did. The boy committed suicide when he was 18, and then the one that they turned into a girl went to his mom. She was older. He's like, I don't know. I don't feel like a girl. I feel like a boy. I don't feel right. Mm-hmm. So the mom told the truth, and then he went and killed himself. So the family was absolutely fell apart. The husband left the wife and the two sons very shortly after this happened. He couldn't cope with it. And you never heard another thing about sex change operations until, how did Levine get the job? Okay, they used to do psych evals, and they would take us through shit. Some of the shit I went through in military training, so help me God. People quit. People are like, no, send me back to whatever job I had before. I don't want this new job. And every time you went to go up the ladder, they put you through psychological torture. Now imagine that guy, April Levine, literally being caught by the enemy and subjected to torture or anything, that person would be given names and locations of military bases and assets and all that kind of stuff. How do you take someone who is that weak in their mind that they can't look down and see a testicles and a penis and say, I'm a man, I need to go get help for my feelings I'm having, right? What child, any child from 0 to 12, two little girls aren't playing and they're 3 or 4 and they go, ooh, let's kiss. And even little boys do the same thing, but they're not sexual yet. So all of this whole thing where they're sexualizing our children, they're bringing pornography into first, second, and third graders, books that explain how to have anal sex without hurting somebody. It's like, hang on. What the hell, right? They went from the first ever attempt was an absolute failure, and they knew the suicides, and they knew this, and they knew that. Look at what currently happened at the suicide rates among the children they did this to. The broken families, all of this other shit, people that get in and then all of a sudden they go, you know, that's not really who I was. Well, that you can't undo that. You can't undo that. If we followed nature, if all of us just followed nature a little bit better, most of the problems that humanity has would not exist. It's when people want to go against nature. We are spiritual beings in a physical realm, and these bodies that we wear through this adventure can get us into shit we don't want to be in. But when you let this start taking over that spiritual being and start thinking, you know, secular, whatever you want to call it, you make really bad, dumb mistakes. You don't think, you're not worried about thinking about the actual being that we are. As spiritual beings, we're extremely complicated. And one of the biggest battles that all of us have, you know, obviously alcoholism, pathological liars, this, that, and the other. You know, and I was even thinking about this when that played. You know, if you get around a group of people, if they're a bunch of liars, eventually you'll be lying. If they're thieves, you'll start, you know, robbing houses and doing that. And if you get around a bunch of perverts, you're going to end up being a pervert. And that goes straight to the first thing you showed. Look around. You're not supposed to judge people, right, in a vicious way. You're supposed to judge people for self-preservation. And when you surround yourself with good, healthy-minded people that understand the complexity of the human existence, you start going away from all these dangerous, dumb things people do that lead to so many, you know, social, psychological, and otherwise problems. And suicides in the end, eventually.
But
jail, whatever.
If you not just about this with the, you know, the chopping up of children's bodies and stuff, it's not just that. It's the fact that we have a system that's messed up when it comes to the medical field. Because if a parent is having trouble with their son or their daughter, cutting themselves, you know, just weird behavior, things that they're doing, and they go and they try to find someone to help them. My child's doing this, my child's doing that, and get some help, but nobody helps them. Nobody, they say, well, there's nothing we can do unless they do this or they do that, if they lash out and hurt another person. And so they can't get any help, you know, any therapy or whatever else. And then they end up getting a gun and shooting kids at school or doing something else. And they'll say, well, I tried to get help. I went to all these places and nobody would help me. So if you go back and look at all the school shooters, all these kids that have done other things like stabbings or rape or torture or whatever else, animal cruelty, just like what happened with Jeffrey Dahmer, we have tons of evidence to prove that Ted Bundy, Jeffrey Dahmer, the co-ed killer, all these different serial killers, all did things when they were young, and they have it documented, you know, of what their family went through and how they tried to get them help or whatever it was. And then they won't help you when you have a kid that's having problems. A kid, you're driving down the road and your kid tries to jump out of the vehicle because they don't want to live. all different types of things. And then they go and they try to get help. And the counselor goes, well, they're in the wrong body. They need to have their genitals cut off and become someone else, and whatever dumb shit. That's a school counselor, not a psychotherapist, right?
Well, let me give you my experience on what they did with kids.
Mm-hmm.
My kids came along when participation trophies got introduced.
Yeah.
And I got kicked out of at least a dozen parent-teacher meetings because I got up and grabbed the mic and just raised the entire room saying, why would anybody fight to get better at something if they don't have to be better to win? And that, oh man, I'm telling you, that's the kind of shit you don't want me to get me started on. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so what do you think? I think when they're changing their sex, I thought it was totally fucked up what they did to our children with participation. They killed the drive of our children to succeed. Mm-hmm. And then look what mediocrity did under Biden. Oh, well, you know what we need for this? We need a black lesbian. I'm like, okay, here's the thing. If you had a really good person at that job who happened to be a black lesbian, hire them. But if you're just hiring them because they're a black lesbian and you think that they're going to magically become a genius at what the job you're putting them in, I'm telling you, air traffic control, the bus systems, highway, during the Biden years, I'm telling you, I talked to all these people, federal people that are on their payrolls and everything, and the bitching and complaining going on, just like the SAVE Act. How can 80% of Americans want something and a few idiots and some oligarchs who fund stupid shit change the entire society based on psychiatric dysfunction? Mm-hmm. It went crazy. It was crazy. You got to admit it was crazy.
Well, the whole thing with the DEI crap, okay, what I always tried to explain to people, because they were saying, well, they don't have enough women in this field, and they don't have enough this or that or whatever. And I'd say, well, then people need to start sending them to school so that they can be in that field, lawyers or whatever it is that they're trying to get more people to end up being a CEO. It takes a lot of work and a lot of running businesses and being successful at whatever it is you do to move up to become a CEO. You don't just become one because you got a vagina. That is the stupidest shit I ever heard. I mean, honestly, think about it. If you just go and
I don't have to think about that hard.
Okay, but the thing is, let's say for paramedics or firemen or police officers, you can't just hire someone or put them in that position because they're a woman. Okay. I want a fire truck that comes to my house and I'm passed out unconscious in my bed because of smoke inhalation, and my family members are all passed out. My dog is passed out. Everybody's passed out, but my house is burning. So here comes a fire truck with 5 people on it, and 3 of them are DEI hires, right? So they weren't qualified for the position. Okay, they just gave it to them so it looked good on paper, right? And now you got 2 men that are trying to climb ladders, go up the stairs, carry all the victims out, all dying because they're breathing in smoke, and the 3 women that can't carry them. The one woman might be able to carry the dog out, but she can't even carry the hose up a ladder. You see what I mean? She's not strong enough to do the job, but they gave it to her anyways. I don't want that fire truck coming to my house. I want qualified people when I call 911 to come to my effing house, not a DEI hire that can't do the job. So to me, that's common sense. And I don't know a single person who wants anyone to come to their house for 911 that's not qualified to be there.
We had a news report here in the town I live in, and they do this news report because this woman sued the city and said it was racism. So the judge goes with her over to the firehouse, and they put a ladder up and said, climb that ladder. And she couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. And he said, are you telling me that you think you're going to go fight fires and save people and get children out of houses when the only way you can get in is on that ladder? And the case ended. And they embarrassed that woman, and the whole city saw it. And they were filming her, this news channel, trying to climb up this ladder. And so help me God, she couldn't get up a ladder, like a 20-foot ladder. I was like, damn, she got up there and froze up. So I can't do it. I can't do it. So we'll get down.
If you were going to get surgery, like get breast implants or butt implants or have your spleen taken out or whatever, right? Do you want somebody that's qualified, that's done those surgeries, that went to school, or do you want the one that got the cookie cutter class where they just go in and go, yeah, whatever, here's your license. Okay, I want someone who studied, did the job. I don't want someone who just got it because of their skin color or because they had a JJ or something. To me, that's the stupidest thing I ever heard of. So any person that's hired just because of their skin color or because they're a man or a woman or whatever, or a dwarf or whatever, whatever your reasoning behind it besides qualifications for the job is ridiculous. So I played the movie. I picked the movie G.I. Jane 1 week for our show, A Girl, Guy in a Movie, because I was trying to make a point with this, that the character in the movie, which was played by Demi Moore, she wanted to try to become a Navy SEAL by doing the job, right? Now, they picked her, the government picked her because she was a woman, and they wanted to put a woman out there and prove that a woman could be a Navy SEAL. Instead of looking for women that wanted to be a Navy SEAL, that was physically fit to be a Navy SEAL, they just were trying to find someone who's pretty, that looked like a woman, but not too dykey, and all this different stupid shit. Okay, and that's why I wanted to show the movie, because it was a DEI, basically, movie. That's what it was about the government trying to force women into positions in the military to make the military look more diverse, which is so stupid. And all it's going to do is put everyone in that group of people at risk.
Don't shoot. I'm diverse.
Whatever. But to me, that's why I picked that movie. And
Jesus
the character
Christ.
in the movie wanted to pass on her own. She didn't want him to put a step ladder at the end so she could get over the wall and, do all this stuff and make her course shorter than the men's and stuff like that. That doesn't prove anything. That doesn't prove a woman can do the job. If a woman can go and sign up to be a fireman and she can pass the course just like all the other firemen, take the test and pass it, pass the obstacle course and do all that stuff, then sure, she should get hired as a fireman if she can do the job. But if she can't, I guess you're going to be a 911 operator. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's still jobs that you can do. It's just a job that you're qualified to do. To me, it doesn't, it's night and day. It doesn't make any sense that anyone would hire someone that's not qualified. But that's that whole thing about them doing that. I'm very proud that they're finally starting to hold these people accountable for lying to children and to their families when all the family was trying to do is help their kid find out.
I personally knew the chief of services at Vanderbilt, and he and my father were really close. Mm-hmm. So, Bill died in September of 2021. So I don't think that I had moved back from Nashville yet. I was there about 6 months after he died. Not so much there, but going back and forth, moving my things home. Mm-hmm. And I see this YouTube, or even it was even on TV, ABC, Good Morning America, and they were saying, "Oh yeah, they're doing Vanderbilt Children's Hospital in Nashville is doing." I was like, "What?" Right? I know this man. I called his direct phone. He answered it. I said, "Doc, it's Chris Moore, Bill's son." I said, "Do you know they're doing sex changes over there in the children's hospital?" So help me God, he had a news conference on, every single news channel in Nashville that night and said, "This is never happening again in Nashville. I don't know how it happened, but these people are going to pay the price." Now, I'm talking about 4 years ago. He was not joking around. But what I say is the most important part of that, he had no idea they were doing it. Right? He went through the roof. You could probably go back and dig those reports up where he came out and said, "Oh, stop." I had a huge press conference. All the TV channels came, and he's like, "Oh, hell no, not in my hospital. You're not." And I think they just moved him over to another place in Nashville. It's really sad. It really is.
Yeah, that's what they do. They've done it in Catholic churches. They've done it in lots of different organizations where when they had a problem with someone, they just move them to another place for it to be someone else's problem. It's called kicking the can down the road because they don't want to deal with it, because they don't want the spotlight on them. They don't care who that person's hurting. They just want them out of their system. And
yeah,
that's
Vanderbilt's a military school. It's a naval academy.
Terrible. I know, but it's terrible that they would do it in any organization. Every organization, to me, that stands up and says, we don't want this in our organization ever. So we're pulling it out. We're admitting that this person did this, but we're getting them out because we care about who's in here and what they're doing. You know, that just to me makes me look up to that company because they actually did something about it. A company that just keeps kicking them around and putting them elsewhere to hurt other people somewhere else is just should be closed down. They should be shut down because they don't care about the outcome of what their treatment is causing on other people.
Well, let me add this to this conversation because it came up, and this is important.
Yeah.
You remember, how old were you in Grenada when they took the student hostages at Grenada?
I don't know. I don't remember really.
Yeah, you were probably really young. I think it was 1980. It was in the Reagan administration.
But I know, but what happened? Explain to me what Grenada happened in Grenada. What was it?
A bunch of Sandinistas or Cuban, operatives went in and they took 18 hostages. So we went down, Delta forces went down, and we get them out. But later on through life, as I would talk to people about Grenada, they've got, oh, everybody wants to get in Grenada. You don't have to learn anything there, and you can be a doctor. I'm like, isn't that an American operation? They're like, yeah, it is. So I would look up where people went to school who were doctors in the VA. Just because I knew, I'm like, well, if they're doing that, then they're probably, there's probably more than that going on. And so help me God, I found medical schools where people supposedly became doctors in India and Pakistan, Afghanistan, Tajikistan, and some of these other places. And so help me God, they look like adobe huts out in Arizona that didn't have windows in them.
Yeah.
And those people would bring those licenses over here and get hired by executive level people from their country that just wanted to replace American doctors, to the point where there's hardly were any white male doctors in the VA system. And let me tell you, the healthcare sucked.
Yeah, that's terrible.
So there, where you get your degree from, yeah, that matters. Where you get your experience from, that matters.
Yeah, it should.
Absolutely does. Yeah.
When it's your choice, you're trying to find a doctor, not just because that's the only doctor you can see, because that's the only one your insurance will cover, right?
Yeah.
That really sucks. And I feel sorry for anyone who's stuck with only one choice or even no choices because of it. So,
well, screw the Affordable Health Care Act. As long as you can screw it. Be like when somebody has sex with a gorilla. Let it be done when the gorilla's finished. Right? That's how I feel about that whole Health Care Act. Mm-hmm. Biggest scam ever pulled on the American people.
Well, but don't you agree with Roberts? It's just a tax. It's just a tax. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
A tax spelled ATTACKS, a tax. It's just a tax. It just spell it ATTACKS and you'll have it just right.
But
that's what happened.
You said something about that last night. That the way that Obamacare was worded about the reason they wanted it to be a tax because Muslims wouldn't have to pay for it because it's against their religion. To gamble or something like that.
How much I wish we could just kick that
that's what it
shitty
said.
cult overseas. We need to close every mosque or repurpose them for a pork barbecue processing plant. Fuck all the mosques and fuck Islam. You fucking worthless fucking donkey goat fuckers.
Well, the next subject that I wanted to bring up was this whole thing
Hi,
about
guys.
I said,
Rich.
welcome, Bruce. But I said the Southern Poverty Law Center just got exposed as one of the biggest grifts in American politics, and I want to play this for everybody. So here we go. You guys ready?
Biden's old line becomes even more farcical.
I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville in August of 2017. Extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches, their veins bulging from their necks, carrying Nazi swastikas.
Veins bulging from their neck. Oh my, yeah, he was. And no group made more money off Charlottesville than the Southern Poverty Law Center. In a federal indictment handed down in the spring, we learned that one of the SPLC's own informants helped plan the rally, which the SPLC then used to raise millions and, of course, smear conservatives. Now, remember, for years, the media treated the SPLC as the gold standard for exposing hate. What would we do without them? And it trashed everyone from traditional Catholics to Charlie Kirk to yours truly. And today, a new indictment of this woman, Heidi Beirich, the SPLC's former CFO and a self-appointed expert on right-wing extremism. She's now charged in a multi-million-dollar fraud scheme. Heidi loved destroying people's lives.
If I do this reporting work and I expose these people who are so heinous and against everything I believe in,
Pause
right?
it, Janet.
Views,
Okay, hold on.
white supremacy is, one of.
Yeah.
Okay,
Got
look
it.
at this lady's lips. You think that, like, if you're close to 350 to 400 pounds in a public relations position, you're probably going to want to, like, get your stomach cut, maybe take better care of yourself. No, what's this fucker do? She injects collagen in her lips. That way, once she stuffs you in her mouth, you can't escape. you're stuck like a constrictor.
Well, that was one thing I was going to say was she's making millions of dollars, but she doesn't even work on getting her hair done or, spending any time or effort to make herself look more appropriate for someone who's a millionaire or something. You know what I mean?
This thing looks like one of those shits that you read about in the H.P. Lovecraft books. She looks like one of those things from Massachusetts, Innsmouth. The Innsmouth look. She got the fish lips, the stretched fucking lips wide across her face. I mean, all she needs is just a little bit more scaly skin, and that'll happen with time as it dries out of water.
She needed to draw on some of those Nancy Pelosi eyebrows. Remember when Nancy Pelosi?
But what I don't understand, when you're making that kind of money and you're supposed to be, up in public and presenting your case to people, wouldn't you want to present the best of you to try to look more business-like?
There's a lot of her to go around.
Well, that's the only thing I was thinking about, but here we go.
The worst things mankind has come up with, well, I can have a direct impact on these movements. And
Me. She only sings in one key. She publicly bragged about fighting the bad guys.
We've now had a series of clan groups that we've sued, put them basically out of business, leading all the way up to very recently with the Imperial Clans of America. Our hope is that by taking their money away, they can't function anymore.
Oh, taking the money away. Boss lady. But in private, she was
That's
alleged.
what Trump is doing by cutting off all the fraud, the USAID and some of the other NGOs and stuff like that. And they're bitching and moaning about it. But the picture that I'm going to back it up just a second. I just want to show you this picture. Right. Oh, come on. Right there. Okay. Remember one of the first stories that we talked about, Bruce, when I was telling you that casting agencies, and you could go to like Craigslist and you could order people, for a commercial. Okay, let's say you wanted to have a bunch of burly guys that are bald with tattoos to stand around and hold signs or threaten people or whatever because they're a casting agency. They hire people and they make the commercials and then they put them on the news and say, look, there was this riot that broke out and we had the skinheads attacking little old ladies, you know, whatever they want. That's what that looks like to me. This looks like some guys that were hired to look menacing for whatever news account they were going to do. So that right there is what that looks like to me from this woman hiring these guys.
To me, that looks like Try Hard Central. Go back to that picture real quick.
Okay.
Go back to that picture. Do those guys actually look like they know how to disassemble anything? Do they actually look like they know anything else other than how to stand there and posture like they're at the side of the yard of the prison? They look like they're pretty unskilled.
They look like a couple of guys that probably went to some deer camp with their friends, and one of their friends was a failed guy that tried to join the military. They got kicked out after halfway through boot camp, right?
Yep.
And the guy halfway through boot camp trained the other guys on how to crawl and carry a weapon or whatever, a few things that they might have learned in the half the time they were in boot camp. That's what they look like to me.
I'm so happy. So happy to live here.
Well, the thing is, it's pathetic is what it is. But that's what I just wanted to tell you that, because I remember telling you, Bruce, about that, about all the jobs that you could get on Craigslist and Angie's List for fake riots and stuff. And that's why I said all this stuff looks fake. And that's why Trump started saying central casting all the time, is because they hire people for the media to make it look like they're sick or they've been beaten or they, whatever it was that they wanted their show to be about. They just put the people in there. But let's listen what she has to say.
Anyway, boss lady. But in private, she was allegedly helping the white supremacist cash flow. The DOJ says that Byrick was overseeing payments to an informant linked to a neo-Nazi group while sleeping with the neo-Nazi. Sharing a home, multiple bank accounts.
See, even she can get laid. What's going on? Just kidding.
Keep it all in the family. Now, prosecutors also
I
alleged
didn't
that
realize
Byrick
you were
then
hunting
used
for
donors'
dick.
money
Here
to
we go.
pay the couple's personal living expenses. I don't even think this can get better, this story. Here with insight is Eric Eggers, Vice President of the Government Accountability Institute. Eric, I mean, this is the kind of thing, like, if you had a film about this, you would think this is nuts. This is not, never could happen. But this was almost like a Hollywood production, right? This should be a movie unto itself. Total
It will
frauds.
be.
What do we know? What should we know?
Well, what we should know, Laura, is if we found out today that the American Cancer Society was actually secretly invested in cigarette companies and then sending them to high schools all over the country and selling them and making money off of it, while the director of the American Cancer Society was having an affair with the Marlboro Man, that's essentially the equivalent of what this story is, right? She said she wanted to have an impact on white supremacy groups. She's telling the truth. She funded the groups while having an affair with one of the leaders of them. It's a massive scandal, and that they should be exposed and embarrassed at every level.
A lawyer for Byrick told Fox that she's innocent and this case is without merit. We believe the charges against her and the SPLC are politically motivated. Dr. Byrick said has been targeted in this case because of the important work she's done to combat hate groups and extremists. Well, this argument isn't working with them, though. It's not working at all. They have Abby Lowell, I think, representing the SPLC. I believe he was one of their lawyers, and they're making a good case. So he's a power lawyer. Abby Lowell is a fabulous lawyer, and he argued, Eric, that this was politically essentially vindictive, prosecution. But the federal judge, Emily Marks, was not impressed, saying that the party's briefing is much like our modern political discourse, heavy on heated rhetoric, better suited for cable news or a podcast. It emphasizes noise over substance. Eric, this judge was not pleased with these briefs, and I actually read them, and I'm surprised Abby Lowell actually signed his name to them, frankly.
Well, I think what they need to reckon with is the real toll this entire fabrication took, not just on the people who gave money thinking they were actually fighting hate groups, but on American society in general. Think about this. This is August of 2017. President Trump was only president for 8 months. And then this country started to be torn apart because of the lie this group profited from, suggesting that Trump supporters were racist. How many people lost relationships with loved ones and friends over political differences backed in part by the fact that these people are racist? This was a total lie. And so this is the lie that began lies about pandemics and elections and laptops and everything else, right? So they got away with this in 2017, but even worse, they made money off of it. The Southern Poverty Law Center has nearly $800 million in net assets, or it did back in 2024 before being exposed as the fraud that they were. This was big business while destroying the country. They should face lots of different allegations and charges.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to go beyond Heidi. Okay, this had a horrific effect on the country, and could have, and probably did alter various, results in elections and ruin people's lives. Eric, thank you very much. And coming up, the participation trophy generation.
What you talked about. Did you hear that? She was there. Her story was about the participation trophies and stuff.
Check this out. I know we can't play it. I'm just showing it to you. I've zoomed to this.
Islamic compounds.
Yeah. Look at the year. Look at how long ago it was. 10 years ago. So while they were causing all of this attention around these white supremacist camps, whatever, was people that just really wanted to be off grid and not be around. America was getting pretty sinful, right? And look at these. I actually went to one of those, and they had dudes outside with AK-47s telling us we weren't allowed in. We were law enforcement, for Christ's sake, right? So there's a funny story about this. And it's not about a funny incident, but this is telling of how all this works. When Charlie Kirk got shot, I did a search around Salt Lake City and that whole area, and I was like, are there any Islamic training camps around here? So I get back a report saying, yeah, there's not really any training camps, but there's one man who had to serve several years for training terrorists right there where he was. And I kept digging, and I came across a picture, and it was a picture of the dude that shot Charlie Kirk sitting on a bed that was taken from across the room, and on the screen of the monitor in that room, it was a Google Earth looking down at Salt Lake City, and right on the desk, it had printed close-ups of the roof of the building that he shot him on. I immediately sent it to Kash Patel, and they arrested the guy like the next day or 2 days later, right? It was just obvious what it was. I'm like, oh my God. Because I kept searching, shooting at college, and then it pops up this picture of the college, and it was that guy. I was like, oh my God. And really that all happened because I was searching in that node of the global network for anything I could find related to the shooting. And that was the day he got shot. People don't know how powerful the internet is, and you can find it, but I only pulled up one of those. There were countless reports on Islamic training camps all over America, popping up all over suburb America. And it was literally having been personally involved in that led me to that incident that happened the night after Charlie got shot. And I was looking for Islamic terrorist camps. I figured it was probably them. And and I'll tell you why I thought that. About 3 days before he got shot, he was in another city, and he was doing one of his debates with a young Islamic girl. She was secular. She didn't have her head covered or anything, but she got really, really shitty with him. And it was the only time I ever saw him get short with anybody. He said, you need to go eat some pork and just shut the fuck up. whatever it was he said, right? And I was like, oh man, don't tell a Muslim to eat pork. You might as well, do something horrible to their family. And that was what triggered me to look to see if there was.
What?
I'm pretty okay with both those things happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't ever think violence is the answer unless it's the only answer. I don't think shooting somebody in the neck with a rifle, right? Shooting somebody in the neck with a rifle is about as fucked up as you can get.
Yeah.
And all he really did was debate. Yeah, all he wanted to do was debate. And I just heard on the Viewer, one of those idiots said, well, they won't even talk with us. I'm like, yeah, the last time we tried to
last
talk.
time you seen a guy to talk with you shot him.
Yeah, it's like,
well,
no, I don't.
The thing is, all he wanted was people to think.
Yeah, I love Charlie Kirk. When he first came out on Facebook, he was a teenager, and I immediately went to him and told him, oh, I'm proud of what you're doing. It's like, we need more people like you. I donated money to him, all that. I love Charlie. Got his phone number in my phone.
Told me that.
Sorry, I was trying to get this to load.
I'm sad about how he went out. I really am. What I'm more upset about is how so many fucking liberal pieces of shit celebrated it. Like, discourse is over. You have killed the one person that was willing to sit down and listen to you rattle on your stupid, shitty ideas.
And try to help you understand things.
Yeah, be reasonable.
He was trying to be reasonable, and they killed him. So, I mean, to me, we've had a breakdown in communications. Let's just kill each other. And I'm just waiting. I'm just biding my time, buying a package of ammo here, half a pallet there, just the usual shit.
Well, I want to add something about that. If you there's an app, and I don't make money, I'm not monetized, but there's an app that I have on my phone. It's called Flip. And what I have on it, what it does is it shows you the you sign up for what stores, like Target or whatever stores you shop at, and it sends you the little sale paper, that you usually get on the weekend on Sunday or whatever. It's a little sale paper that tells you that this is on sale, or those things are on sale, whatever, at Lowe's or any of these stores. You put them in your app, and they'll say you want ammo, right? Or guns, or camouflage stuff to go hunting, orange vests for deer hunting, things like that. You put that in your app, and guess what? Whenever it goes on sale, bing, your phone lets you know that this product is on sale at whatever store that you put on there. It's a really good app. I do it for chicken feed and lots of different things, but it's a great app. And hopefully, if I ever do get monetized, they'll be happy to let me do ads for them or something.
If I ever get monetized on Rumble, I'll be really happy. Actually, I'm really well monetized on Rumble. I really just wish that we could get past the Charlie Kirk stuff, and I was hoping today we would have a definite end on it.
As soon as the trial is over and the guy gets his sentence and stuff like that, it'll start to die down. People will stop making.
Well, maybe if Candace Owens would go away and never come back, that would be enough.
I know, but it's not just her. I hear tons of people talking about it on different platforms all the time, because it's something to get people to click about. That's it. As soon as he's not in the news because the trial's over and stuff, the clicks will go away and they'll stop talking about it. That's how it always works. And if people would stop clicking on it, knowing that this person is full of shit, then that would stop too. Because I keep telling people, wait, let's watch the trial. When it goes to trial, watch it, and that will be worth getting the information from it.
Well, we could have an entire show on how the algorithm works. And when it was over and I explained to you and could show you that AI itself tells you that the algorithm is sick. You can literally get AI to explain it. It's sick, why it's sick, shows you the algorithm and the things that it puts up there. And it's because that shit sells.
Yeah, it's because it clicks. Just like I said, click here, click there, and you share it a couple times, and it starts going up.
The bigger the lie you tell, the more money you make. Candace, look at she profited off of this man's death. That was not like he was in a accidental car accident or
all why she's saying he was one of her best friends.
yeah, it's the sickest shit on the planet.
I know.
I wish she would go away. I swear, I wish she would.
That's why I never talk about her, because I'm not going to give her. I'm not going to give her clicks. I don't even want.
I'll shit on her in public a little bit.
I don't want clicks on my channel because of her. I'm not going to use her as a headline. I don't want her involved. You see what I mean? I don't give people.
I totally get it.
Janet, did you see her get her ass handed to her today by Andrew?
No, I don't watch anything.
I saw that. I saw that. That was badass.
Janet missed out on a good debate.
Yeah, PBD was the orator.
Yeah.
So I'll have to look at it. I'll have to watch it, like in Discord or something like that. I might watch it.
Andrew Wilson's a very good debater. And it's one of the better examples of how to conduct yourself in a debate, because she completely fucked up. And it seemed like every time she got kind of stumped by someone, she tried to obfuscate or misinterpret what was said before, if not by Charlie, then by his wife or by somebody else. And Andrew was like the best fucking blue healer. He was right on her neck the whole time, just clamped around it, not letting her get any sort of momentum or discussion or control of the narrative. She was on the defensive the whole day. It was probably the best you're going to see.
The one thing that I said at the very beginning when she started saying some of the things that she was saying about Charlie's wife and the way that Charlie's wife was going to run the business and things like that. I just said, well, if you really care about carrying on his legacy, then you need to step down from what you're doing and start traveling around and doing what Charlie was doing. That's what I said. But nobody cares. So, because she wouldn't do it anyways, I don't think, because that's not why she doesn't really care about that. She just cares about clicks. So as soon as money starts getting involved and people start changing the way they say things or how they say things simply because they're told, oh, you can't say that. If you say that or you try this, guess what? You don't get this. So, I have more than enough people on TikTok to make money over there. But every time they send me something and want me to do certain thing, and I say, well, I want to do it like this. And if they say no, then I said, fine, then I'm not going to do it. Then I just go on to the next thing, because I'm not doing it to pay my bills. I do this and I pay monthly to do this because to me, this is important. What I'm doing, even if only 100 people see it. It's, I usually get way more than that, but that's okay. Even if only 100 people see it, and I get one person out of the 100 to do something different or share the information and learn something, like that girl telling you to please pay attention when you go to the restroom because there could be a man in there, or a man follows you in the ladies' room. Be aware of what's in your surroundings. Anything like this, anything that I can do to help someone, even one person, to me, it's worth it. Okay. It's my time. What else am I going to do? I have nothing else to do on Friday night. I don't have a bar to go to and hang out. I don't have anything. This is my life. And I choose to do this with my time. And if no one wants to see it, fine, go to the next channel. They don't have to stop. And that's exactly what I've said since the first interview I ever had with Bruce. That's exactly how I feel. And that's what I've done since then. And anyone wants to see, they just go back and look at my shit. I do stuff I want to do, and I do what I think is fun. I do crafting. I do all those things because to me, that's important to me. And I do this because just like you said, Chris, you went back and you watched my very first shit show. It was because I called my sister and we were both depressed and sad because our mother had passed. And I said, it's a shit show out there or whatever. And I go, let's have a shit show. And then I invited Ruben and I think Boosh, and we just did a live stream and I was learning how to do stuff. And I called it the Friday Night Shit Show because it was Friday night. And I just started growing from there, starting to make whatever I could from it. And that's how it started. But I did it because I wanted to, not because someone's paying me to do it, not because someone's telling me what to say. In fact, I pick whatever I want to put on the show that I think is important. Well, I've had a lot of things taken down because YouTube didn't like what I chose, but nobody's perfect, right? Especially not me. But I want to go on to this next story, which I think is, another thing that I picked. It's about the Hunter Biden laptop repairman. He's being interviewed. He's coming forward on the PBD podcast. I've never heard of that, and accuses Tucker Carlson of not wanting him to talk about the laptop. So I don't know. I've never heard of PBD. But apparently
that's Patrick Ben David.
Okay, well, he's on X, and this came across my timeline. So I thought, well, I'm going to share this because it seemed very interesting. And I didn't realize that this guy was actually the guy that the Hunter took his laptop to in the first place. And then I guess they posted it because Tucker interviewed Hunter or something. I didn't even watch that. Because I don't watch podcasts with people that I think are full of shit, and I don't watch their stuff. So here we go.
To have Tucker not even want me to talk about the laptop on his show for a year and a half, told me that, and then when I found out that Tucker was in the laptop, it kind of all made sense. So what I feel like Tucker's doing right now is I think he's kind of running cover for his complacency in covering the laptop. I mean, he beat his sabers and talked about accountability, and he brought up the laptop a lot. But I mean, it took him a year and a half to have me on the show, and I was told if I talked about anything other than what he wanted to talk about, I would never be invited back.
Who said that to you? The producers?
Tucker's producer.
Interesting. So Tucker's
I've had Tucker flagged as like complacent with covering up the laptop since basically the 16th of October.
2020, 6 years
asked me a lot of questions, and then that was it. I didn't hear a squeak out of him.
What's your speculation? You said he's in the laptop. In what way is he in the laptop? Is it an email exchange?
Yeah, he was friends with Hunter. He was neighbors. I think he was asking for Hunter to get his kid into Georgetown, and then I think the wife had some plans. I know he was in the laptop. I don't care. It's DC. Plus, I mean, people forget Tucker was in CNN for a while. I mean, he's an opportunist. So
yeah, I think that exchange is, to me, it's nothing. It's if you guys are communicating at that time, you're in DC, I totally get it. Families talk to one another, and sometimes there is the acting and what we do on TV, and then you see some of these guys behind closed doors that they're friends with all of them. So it wasn't that it was anything malicious.
So this guy is trying to say that he thinks the reason why he wasn't interviewed by Tucker was because he was in the laptop and he's the one that was going to work on it.
That's probably true.
Well, it could be true, but the thing is, I had a couple shows. Remember, I had those two gentlemen. I played a bunch of their interviews and stuff on, the ones who went through the laptop and had printed it all out with all the pictures and all that stuff. Remember that? I can't remember their name because I was so bad with names. I'm really sorry. But the thing is, they never mentioned one thing about Tucker saying or doing anything that was illegal, because they basically went through and took all the drugs and the guns and the hookers and all that, and they had it all separated. And I went through that really over and over again on a few shows, and I don't remember Tucker ever being mentioned in any of the stuff that was illegal. So I think this guy he was just boring. He just didn't have a story that Tucker thought was interesting. So he didn't really. I just
let me tell you one of the things that I love that you hit on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ponder the White House that they find cocaine in, and it disappears, right? And every single person whose phone number was in his phone, pretty much he was their coke dealer.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean that was established.
Well, we already knew that those guys that I was telling you about, the two guys talked about him getting coke for all these people, snorting coke off of little girls' butts and whatever else was in the. There was tons. I mean, this thing was, they printed it out. It was like this thick.
Yeah, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken's wife was buying coke from him, literally texting with him about it.
And there's tons of videos that they shared too with Hunter butt ass naked all the time. He was butt ass naked, just like his dad. Because remember, Tucker Carlson was talking about how he had an inside person at the White House. And I'm trying to remember, was it, I don't know who the other person was. I think it was, I don't remember what his name is. I'd have to go back and look at my shows. But he said he had a person on the inside too. And both of them said that their inside person said that Biden walked around the White House naked all the time. So, I don't honestly, I don't really care that much for Tucker. I don't think he's just this wonderful, shining star or nothing like that. I think he's just an opportunist, just like everyone else. Grab whatever you can get and try to get what you can out of it and squeeze it until there's nothing left and then move on to the next thing. Just like he grabbed onto the Charlie Kirk story and the whatever story's coming out. This guy, I really believe he's butthurt because he feels like I'm the one that had the laptop and then Giuliani got it and did this and whatever. And then the FBI kept covering it up and nobody would interview me, blah, blah, blah. He just feels like he's like Fauci going, oh, nobody likes me anymore. Basically, I just think he's butthurt from this interview. That's what I get. What do you think about that, Bruce? You think this guy thinks that there's something actually on there? I didn't see nothing. And, 4 or 5 interviews that I played with those two guys that went through it with a fine-tooth comb. They had it all bookmarked and tagged and everything. And they didn't mention Tucker at all. So, but they did talk about Obama's daughter, being in there, Hunter's brother's wife being in there, all the different other scenarios. So, I don't see why they wouldn't have mentioned Tucker if he'd done something, that was off kilter or whatever. Don't you think that would have been in that?
He was probably using him as a source.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, I think that if he had done something that was like illegal or leaning toward like buying coke or doing any of that stuff, that those gentlemen that I was talking about, I can't remember their name because I'm terrible with names, would have already had said something about it.
Here's what I think about the cocaine, right? And you have to really prove me wrong. It's just an opinion, but you would have to prove me wrong. When Joe Biden did that night that he got the Marines and turned the sky red and was talking about racism, and then another time he went to Atlanta and he was talking about Jim Crow and all that shit. In some of those things he did, he was so volatile, it was unbelievable. But then every other time you saw him, he looked like he was in a coma. And when all this cocaine stuff broke out, I'm like, Joe Biden's on cocaine. We all know the Clintons were all up in cocaine, right? Especially somebody from Arkansas like you, right?
Just like I said, I remember my mom talking about it years ago before the Clintons even ran, because when Clinton was thinking about running and he tried to run and he didn't win, right? And they said, well, you need a family, you need to have a kid, you need to do all these different things. So that's when they decided to have their daughter, blah, blah, blah. But right after he got in, and he had Jim Guy Tucker, I think that's what his name was like his lieutenant governor or something. And he went to prison Okay, nobody talked about it. The whole Whitewater scandal, my mom talked about. She said that Hillary Clinton was under oath swearing she didn't see any of these papers. She didn't know anything about them. And as soon as her ass is in the White House, they find her fingerprints all over the documents. Hillary Clinton's nothing. So
yeah, I got all the undertones in Ozark. Remember Ozark?
The movie with Tom Cruise. What I'm saying is, and he was involved in helping them get away with running drugs out of Mena, Arkansas. That's in a movie,
right.
And it was true. Okay, it's true stuff. My mom talked about it for years because my dad retired out of the military and moved to Arkansas because my mother's parents lived in a little tiny town of 300 people in Arkansas, and now my mom wanted to be near her mother, so that's why they moved there, and that's why I like Arkansas to some degree. I don't like ticks. I don't like a lot of things about it, but it's a good state. I mean, it's got good people here. It's got a great governor right now with Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And the thing is I really think that there are people that are in the government that are good people and that are fighting for the people, and they're doing what they're voted in to do. And then there's other people that just get in there and all they could think about is how much money am I going to make and what insider trader I'm going to get, how many women I'm going to lay or whatever. That's what their whole point of view is when they get in, and that's what they do. And the only way to stop that shit is to not vote these people in. And if we can get this laws changed in each state, because each state has to work on it also. The people in your state have to work on it. I mean, look at what we showed last night with the whole Minnesota shit. Oh, if you have one person to vouch for your 8 people wearing a burqa, which we have no way of proving who they are, but you can vouch for them, that's legal. That'll stand up in court so you can vote. Let's hand out as many ballots as we can. I mean, it's just ridiculous. And as long as you have that kind of shit going on in your state is never gonna be there for the people. They're only in there for themselves. How much money can they take from you? And until everybody in the state of Minnesota is broke and they don't have a dime left to their name, maybe then the people will say, maybe we should make some changes on how we vote. I mean, to me, it's as plain as day. But apparently they don't think so because the videos I watched last night were ridiculous. It was shocking. It was like a sitcom. It didn't even look like real life, but it was. It was undercover journalism, the way real journalists are supposed to get information. But apparently there aren't any. There are very few left. But did you see that, Bruce? Or not? I guess he's had to step away from the camera or whatever. But yeah, it's just ridiculous. But what do you think? Do you think this guy actually thinks that there's something on the laptop that has Tucker involved in it or not?
I don't think it's Tucker. I don't think it's Tucker in the least bit, Janet. I think what you got on the laptop is a bunch of fucking underage girls with Hunter doing a bunch of very sexually explicit things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think there's anything much else to really say about it. I mean, this is stuff that we've known about for years. Why?
Yeah.
Why is it still a panty
because
dropper?
The FBI covered it up under the Biden administration. They hid it. They hid that shit. That's the problem. And the people that did that shit need to be punished for it. Because if you did it, if you covered it up, you would go to prison for it. So why should you get treated a certain way and that guy not? See, that's not fair.
Wait. Well, are the other people Muslims? Because they get the special treatment no matter what.
I don't know.
And if I'm a white guy that likes Christ, then I'm getting the book thrown at me.
Maybe they were Muslims. I don't know. Just saying,
I'm just pointing out the obvious.
When I was 13,
pitfalls.
When I was 13 years old, the big story was that Jimmy Carter's brother, Billy, used to smoke weed at the White House.
I remember that.
Oh, I don't
I
remember
remember
that.
that being a statement being talked about back in the late 80s, because I remember hearing this conversation when I'm trying to fight my first high on weed, and my family instead wants to talk about the most boring ass presidency I've had to live through, and that's Jimmy Carter. Good fucking God. Like the guy, that guy, I would love to see how much we could use his likeness to sell testosterone pills, because he just completely exemplifies the entire low T movement that
Who?
is so prevalent now. Jimmy Carter.
Oh,
Jimmy
is he still
Carter.
alive?
No. He
Oh.
passed quite a ways back. For about 2 years
He
ago.
voted in the 2024 election, or
The
that
only thing I
the
remember-
nurse did it.
The only thing I really remember about Jimmy Carter is that he was a peanut farmer or something, and then he was president, right?
You got attacked. You got attacked. He's the only fucking president that got attacked by a rabid wabbit.
And wasn't he the one that sold or gave away the Panama Canal or something?
That too. He
Okay,
had a UFO encounter as governor of Georgia.
Like that, something.
He had a whole bunch of shit happen.
So he wasn't a very good president. My mom and dad did not like him at all. They said he was an idiot. So that I don't really know that much about him. I really wasn't involved in politics or anything until I became a mom and started really caring about what my future was going to be for my children. That's when I started getting involved. But I wanted to play this because this was an interesting video by Lou Dobbs. So I'm going to play this for you. Here we go.
Joining us now by phone, Sidney Powell, a member of President Trump's legal team. She is also General Michael Flynn's attorney, former federal prosecutor, best-selling author, one of the country's most prominent appellate attorneys. Sidney, good to have you with us. Dominion voting system seems to be figuring larger and larger in the interest of your legal team. And what is the latest?
Oh, definitely, Lou. I've just gotten some stunning evidence from a firsthand witness, a high-ranking military officer who was present when Smartmatic was designed in a way that and I'm going to just read you some of these statements, if you don't mind, so I get them exactly right from the affidavit. Designed in a way that the system could change the vote of each voter without being detected. He wanted the software itself to function in such a manner that if the voter were to place their thumbprint or fingerprint on a scanner, then the thumbprint would be tied to a record of the voter's name and identity as having voted, but that voter would not be tracked to the changed vote. He made it clear that the system would have to be set up but not leave any evidence of the changed vote for a specific voter, and that there would be no evidence to show and nothing to contradict that the name or the fingerprint or thumbprint was going with a changed vote. Smartmatic agreed to create such a system and produce the software and hardware that accomplished the result for President Chavez. After the Smartmatic electoral management system was put in place, he closely observed several elections where the results were manipulated using the Smartmatic software. One such election was December 2006 when Chavez was running against Rosales. Chavez won with a landslide over Rosales, a margin of nearly 6 million votes for Chavez versus 3.7 million for Rosales. In 2013, he witnessed another Venezuelan national election where the Smartmatic management system was used to manipulate and change the results for Chavez. And it goes on and on. He was in the control room where multiple digital display screens were shown for results and voting. The actual voting results were fed into that room and onto the displays over an internet feed, which was connected to a sophisticated computer system created by Smartmatic. People in that room were able to see in real time whether the vote that came through the electronic voting system was in their favor or against them. If one looked at any particular screen, they could determine that the vote from any specific area or as a national total was going to be against either candidate. Persons controlling the vote tabulation computer had the ability to change the reporting of votes by moving votes from one candidate to another by using the Smartmatic software.
And Smartmatic, the relation.
Smartmatic.
Sidney,
Yes, and Smartmatic, the chairman is Admiral Pete Neffinger, who is also on the the vice president's transition team, his presidential, presumptuous presidential transition team. That's an extraordinary situation as well, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So here's the other kicker. When the Smartmatic machines when somebody's losing, like, for example, when Maduro and his supporters realized the size of the other guy's lead, they were worried that they were in crisis mode and would lose the election. The Smartmatic machines used for voting in each state were connected to the internet, reported their information over the internet to the Caracas Control Center real time. So the decision was made to reset the entire system. Maduro's and his supporters ordered the network controllers to take the internet itself offline in practically all parts in Venezuela to change the results. It took the voting operators approximately 2 hours to make the adjustments in the vote from Radonsky to Maduro. Then when they turned the internet back on and the online reporting was up and running again, they checked each screen state by state to be certain they could see each vote was changed in favor of Maduro.
Sydney, you tweeted earlier today about CIA and its association. What have you discovered there?
Well, other than the fact there's no way all this was happening around the world without the CIA knowing about it. I mean, that's just logic. This affidavit also explains it's been used to change election results all over the world. And it's all Venezuelan and Cuban and essentially communist money that's been doing this. It's a foreign-owned company, as you mentioned earlier. The president of it is Mr. Neffinger, who is on Biden's very presumptuous and immediately failing transition team. And people have been reporting this to our government for several years, including Democrats, and nobody's done a damn thing about it, Lou. I can't even express how furious I am over this.
Well, I share your fury and frustration, but I do have some news to break here at this moment. I have now received word from a highly reliable source that the FBI does have an investigative team that is now looking into this election. Now, what that means beyond that, but at least it's confirmation that they are investigating, and we'll see what moves, because there had been no indication that indeed publicly that they were involved. They are now. To that point, I'd just like to show, if we could put up the full screen, under what their authorities are when we talk about these state-run elections, even though they're federal elections for at least a sizable number of the candidates. As you see there, the ballot includes one or more federal candidates, an election, a polling place, official abuses of their office, the conduct involving false voter registration, the crime intentionally targets minority protected classes, the activity violates federal campaign finance laws. All of this laid out on the FBI website for anyone to look at. And it appears, Sydney, that at least the FBI has finally looked at that website. I'm not sure it was Christopher Wray, but someone at the FBI, and took action. Your thoughts?
Well, my other thought is that as soon as the Smartmatic system changed the votes that they wanted for their desired candidate, by the time they finish, they achieve a convincing but narrow victory of the certain number of votes they want for their candidate. This person saw by what his own experience exactly what was happening there was happening here.
It is a deeply troubling election. As I said earlier, the worst in this country's history, bar none. And we have seen official investigative and justice department officials slow to move, and it is infuriating to everyone. The president,
willful blindness. They have adopted a position of willful blindness to this massive corruption across the country. And the Smartmatic software is in the DNA of every vote tabulating company's software and system.
Yes, and it is more than just a willful blindness. This is people trying to blind us to what is going on. We don't even know who the hell really owns these companies, at least most of them. That's got to change, and we've got to find out exactly what's going on. And thank God we've got a president who will stay in the fight all the way through until we get those answers. Sidney Powell, thanks so much. We appreciate it as always.
Very interesting, exactly how she explained how it was done. And then finding out now, we know that China was involved with a lot of this too, behind the scenes, to make sure that things would happen the way they were supposed to happen, because they didn't want a certain person to be president. So, because they knew that he was going to start cutting off the money, he was going to do the tariffs, he was going to do all these different things because he talked about it already. So what do you think about that informative video, guys?
Go ahead, Chris.
Are you there, Chris? You might have had to step
away. I'll just say that, like, Sidney Powell has been a massive figure for I guess you'd say the underrepresented right for the past few years. She's never
right back.
She's never given her flowers, okay? In fact, if I remember right, she's always the one that the fucking left just literally picks on. She got a $1.3 million lawsuit against her.
And she got sued, and she went to jail. She went through a lot of stuff.
She goes through everything. And the part is that the thing that nobody ever finds out is that she's actually pretty close to being correct on damn near everything she uncovers, because she does a very due diligent job.
Very
does a very thorough job, meticulous as fuck. And she's never given her flowers about that, because all people want to do is just slam her for representing Trump. How dare you represent Trump? How dare you? You are the face of evil in this administration. And they really pick on her hard. But that lady's gone through hell and back, and she's actually shown us a lot of errors that have been just kind of hand waved on through. I like her quite a bit.
I love Sidney.
There's three lawyers that are three that are pretty much seen together all the time. You have Sidney, and you got Rudy, and who's the third girl? She's younger Cal. She's also an American attorney. But those three were the three people that typically Trump had working for him throughout the 2022, 2021 era. And I can't think of her name, but those three did a fantastic job. It's just that they were never given their ability to actually just lay out the case to the American people, because they were consistently always in on these lawsuits from the left, and because of the veracity of them, they were never able to really plant their balls or feet in and start digging, going after the left the way they should have. They were always on their heels in retreat, and I hate that. But I mean,
she's married to Mark Levin.
Yeah, that's Mark Levin's wife.
Yeah, I want to read something to y'all.
Okay.
While this broke off, so there was all these talk about George Soros funded Dominion and was behind the development of Dominion. So I just went over to my AI, which basically searches, it looks at government documents and all. So let me read this. Okay. Was George Soros or any of his companies ever involved in Dominion voting business? No. There's no evidence George Soros or his companies were ever involved with Dominion voting systems. Multiple fact checkers, including PolitiFact and Snopes, have rated these claims as false. Dominion itself, in a 2021 court filing, says it has no connection to Soros at all. Now, here's the kicker. The rumor often gets mixed up with Smartmatic, the software they were using to change the votes, where the only link is that Smartmatic's chairman was once sat on a board for Soros Open Society Foundations. But even there, they say there's no ownership or control. Now, I hate to tell you, but George Soros was my job starting in about 1995. And I was told, don't you let him fart, man, if you can't smell it. Right? So I'm always been on top of all this stuff. Smartmatic was how they cheated. Right? Now, the people in this, in the dual legal system that we had under both Obama with Eric Holder and with Biden and Merrick Garland, there was no justice whatsoever. They knew that he was, I mean, if you get a job on the board at Open Border Society, you're a neocon globalist, secular atheist who doesn't believe in anything and doesn't think there's nothing wrong with cheating to them. They don't have a moral. All they want to know is, how do I achieve what it is I'm trying to achieve, which is place communists over governments? Think about this for a minute. Maduro gets elected using George Soros's chairman of the board manipulating the vote. And where were they taking people out of prisons, psychiatric units, murderers, and all that shit? And they're walking around in America right now. And what was that about? An open border. Now, if you're going to tell me that the people that run this country don't have enough effing common sense to look at that situation and go after George Soros and anything that has anything to do with the fact they opened our border, Mayorkas should be in Fort Leavenworth. So should Kamala. So should Biden and everyone involved, because they stole the sovereignty of our nation. And they have endangered this entire country, countless murders, rapes, robberies, burglaries, and they've been giving them money and cell phones and a place to live. Now, if anybody can look at Smartmatic and know that George Soros has a direct tie to that, and that Venezuela was at the heart of our immigration problem, and just leave it alone, we're not being led by people who give a flying F about us, our children, our grandchildren, or the future of this republic. And that it's all going to continue to come out. That's what this show's about. It's coming out at the speed of light right now. I just wanted to read that to y'all. The way that they protected George Soros, who literally funded the opening of our border. And he's the one who puts all the money up for these radical judges. Right? He puts all my local community right here in Augusta. We're a sanctuary city. We have a Soros department, legal department, the AGs, all that kind of stuff. That you're talking about a really sore subject with me, and we're just not talking about it deep enough, in my opinion.
Well, I want to talk about a lot of things. The thing is, we'd have to do it on Rumble because I can only go so far.
Well, then shut off fucking YouTube. I showed you how to do it.
I already have an X. I already have a X right now on my YouTube, and I don't want to risk.
So shut off YouTube.
Losing it. Well, I will, but I'll make a new show and talk just about that, and do it just like we did that the other night. I did a show only, and I didn't do it on YouTube. I just did it on Rumble. So I will. I'm just not going to do it tonight. Not for the Friday Night Shit Show.
Oh.
So, sorry to go deeper into that. But the thing is, that's what this is about. I just show the shit that's going on, whether it's good shit or bad shit. and then we'll use after hours or team shit show to dig deeper into a certain one or two topics, and you can go deeper into it instead of bringing up as many different topics that we have. But I have another topic that I want to share because I got quite a few of them, because there's a lot of stuff that's been coming out in these last few weeks, and I want to make sure that we share it. So hold on. This one here is a video I wanted to play talking about the Biden-Harris terrorist administration fed a pipeline of children into sex trafficking and slave labor into our country. This is another part. Now, all this stuff is going on, with the different meetings and hearings that they're having. And Chris is involved in the one with Senator Johnson, about the COVID and that kind of stuff. But just like earlier when I shared Kennedy and J.D. Vance talking about the referrals to the Department of Justice with all of the 225, I can't remember if it was, I think it was 225 kids at different hospitals for the transgender stuff, for they're going to want to take these people to court over a bunch of stuff that they've found. So they're working in lots of different areas all at the same time. People are working 24 hours a day, except Thune's people. Everyone else seems to be doing it except for his senators. So that's sad, but that's where we are. But I want to play this for you. So here you go. Listen to this.
We're talking about an employee of an NGO that participated willingly during the last 4 years with the trafficking of human beings, including children that were destined to be trafficked into the sex trade. Mr. Howe, do you think that employee of that NGO should be convicted and incarcerated based upon the judicial system, the criminal justice system I just described? Yes or no?
Yes.
Ms. Hopper?
Yes.
Mr. Rosas?
Yes.
Well, I concur. And much to the chagrin of a whole abhorrent industry of child trafficking that prospered from the open border policies of the Biden administration for 4 years, 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Much to the chagrin of these people that made bank, man. We're coming after them. And this executive branch is building criminal files. So I hope they're watching, and I hope they're frightened, and I hope they're getting their affairs in order, hiring their liberal attorneys to defend them, starting to shuffle their money around. We'll find it. Mr. Howell, are you aware that ongoing right now in our country, the DHS, ICE, FBI, local and state law enforcement agencies working on classified operations to locate, find, and rescue trafficked, underage, mostly girls. We're talking about girls under 14 and younger across the country that were trafficked into our country in 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Are you aware that those operations are ongoing?
Yes, sir. They're trying to find the children the Biden administration lost.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Ms. Hopper, are you aware?
I am.
Mr. Rosas?
Correct. I'm aware.
Thank you. Would you be surprised? And according to my research, which will very soon be revealed next week, they've rescued so far 35,000 tender-age kids. How you like that? Now, according to Ms. Hopper's research, which I find fascinating, everybody up here should, 70% of the documentation turned in by so-called sponsors, which were lined up by who? The NGOs. Through who? Primarily HHS. There's a pipeline, man. We fed a pipeline of tender-age children into sex trafficking and slave labor into our country We're finding these kids. We're tracking this fraudulent documents. You're right, Ms. Hopper. My research showed a little bit less, 65%. You said 70%. I'll go with 70. So be advised. Be advised. We are building out case files, criminal case files. We're interviewing these 35,000 kids, and we're finding out exactly what the hell happened, how they ended up in the nightmare where they were, and we're rescuing more. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. We're going to identify these children. We're locating these children. We're rescuing these children, and we're building out criminal files based upon the testimony of these young teenagers and the documentation of fraudulent vetting. And many of these NGO employees are going to find themselves wearing orange, be their new favorite color. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the indulgence. I yield.
Chairman yields.
So there you go. There's another chip in the block when people keep saying they're doing nothing. They're doing nothing. We want to hear about the Epstein files. This is 35,000 kids they've already rescued that were trafficked into our country. They've already saved, and they're building cases on the people who ran the NGOs, which we've been showing week after week with the fraud. All the fraud through the NGOs, the money, where it came from, how they got it, who was giving it to them, blah, 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 all paid for by us, our tax dollars for these NGOs. And it's going to be nice when we start seeing people being held accountable for taking this money and doing all the different things. I mean, we have people that were trafficking drugs, people, stealing money in the healthcare industry in just one county in the billions of dollars in California, one county, but it's happening in every state. And thanks to this administration, we're finally going to start seeing people held accountable. J.D. Vance is like the head, basically, of the fraud. He's the one who's making sure that the different teams are all trying to do their job. And it all started with Elon when he started his whole Doge thing that everyone threw a tantrum over. Well, not everyone, but all the liberals and some rhinos were throwing tantrums that we were actually going to stop the fraud. And they're doing the best they can. But you got to remember, if we're going to do it, we got to do it right. We got to be able to hold these people accountable. And the only way to do that is to have freaking evidence that will stand up in court, not just because Candace Owens said something or that Tucker said something. That isn't evidence. Evidence is what these guys are doing. Okay. These people testifying, and that's how you hold these people accountable. So I can't wait. I can't wait till when they start putting these people in jail, because I'm going to expect a bunch of people to be apologizing.
You're okay. I'm not sorry about this. I'm so sad that we have people that are doing this to kids, and you're like, let's send them to jail. Yes, I want to pay for them indefinitely and make sure they get 3 hots of cotton health care. No. Fuck that. I want if you touch a child and you are clearly an adult, if you're not like Lauren Boilert's son, 18 years old, fucking a 17-year-old, and you're more like a 26-year-old with a 15-year-old, and we catch you, I want you to go to this thing called the electric chair, where they connect at the very least a car battery, and they make sure that the top of your head explodes like a fucking caldera, and the rest of your gray matter oozes out and you stop breathing. I want you dead. That's all I want. I want that done with every pedophile.
Remind you of something? Can I remind you of something? In the state of Texas, there was a man who took a young girl, a 7-year-old girl, with a FedEx truck. And he assaulted her and murdered her. And he left her little body in the water. And then a little bit later, her parents were able to get her back. Not alive. And the guy pled guilty because they had so much evidence, tons of evidence. And guess what? He didn't get the death
All the
penalty.
evidence.
He didn't get the death penalty in Texas.
No.
So,
Of course not. We've lost our nutsack.
I know, but what I'm trying to say is the fact is somebody's trying to get these people and get the kids back and get them the help they need. They're still alive, the ones that are still alive. And it's sad that I believe, just like you do, that these people need more than just a slap on the wrist, because you can't fix people like this. Those people cannot be fixed. They can't be go to therapy and become normal. They're not going to be normal. Anyone that likes these kind of things, you can't repair them. Okay, they cannot be trained out of their behavior, basically. So I think prison's too good for them myself, but there's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is use the law that we have, the laws that we have in our books. And you got to remember, different states have different laws. Do you know in the state of Oregon, you can be a grown man totally butt-ass naked and walk into the yard of a family that has two small children, 5 and 4, playing in the front yard, and there's nothing you can do about it because it's perfectly legal. As long as he doesn't touch the children, you can't do nothing. I've showed that on my show before. So if you live in the state of Oregon, you could be naked and be walking around anywhere you want, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. That's because the state of Oregon thinks that being naked in front of kids, whether you're a man or a woman, is perfectly normal. Take your kids to the nudist colony. Yeah, let's have some fun in Oregon. So there you go. What I'm trying to say.
I remember being very, very young.
I'm being a smart ass, Bruce. That's all. I'm just trying to be a smart ass. I'm sorry.
I understand Oregon. They're mentally retarded. They're like a 1/2 rung above the people of Minnesota, including the light bulb head shaped people that are troubled from another country in Southern Africa. But there's a reason why we brought back the words gay and retarded. And we have to remember that, because too many people want to institute a punishment scenario on those of us that like Western civilization. They want us to feel bad about our choices. They want us to feel bad about having Thanksgiving and having abundance and having the ability to choose our job and direct our lives the way we want, drive a car wherever we like, enjoy pure unleaded fuel without the withdrawal of fucking having corn additives in our goddamn gasoline, you miserable fucking state-run piece of shit lobbyist bastards. I fucking hate all of you. I fucking hate every one of the Americans that just rolled over and said, fuck it, we'll just let the country go to shit. And instead of us doing something about it, we just were like, meh. And we have options. We can fix things. If nothing else, you can buy stuff that supports your mentality instead of supporting cable and giving money to ESPN, which gives money to Disney, so they can continue practicing their bullshit practices to Moloch and Baal. No, people will refuse that every opportunity because it's convenient to let the miserable fucking fat fucking children have an iPad with a Disney Plus app on it. Get some balls, America. I'm out.
Okay.
I'll throw my 2 cents in on this, and basically going off what Bruce just said. They used the Alinsky method to unravel our country, wipe out the Constitution, take care of children away from the parents, cause delusions, with confusion in media where people didn't know what to believe anymore. But if you look at how television, it probably started sometime in the 70s, where the men in the commercials were just dumb and didn't know what the fuck was going on, till President Trump gets elected and you got a bunch of women wearing vagina outfits and they're saying that they're not going to fuck men anymore. And then you got Disney like sexualizing 12 and 13-year-old little children, then the 12 and 13-year-old little children, there's like, yeah, I fucked him, he's 25, whatever. All of that plays into this and causing the weakness. Man, it's been over 2 years since I had a physical like time with a woman of any kind. Now, I promise you, I work way too hard and I live a very alone life. But what it did to me living like that, and I've been celibate for most, if I'm in a relationship, I'm not obviously, but I haven't found anyone to marry. But my point is, in living that lifestyle, I was around all the men who were talking about all of this stuff that I just said. It's like you devalue men, right? Then you give a vaccine to everybody that causes women's placenta to fall off the uterus when they're 3 months pregnant and shrink men's balls to the size of peas. You're going to have all sort of problem, and people have to kink to get off. And this was a created situation by people who hate God, hate Jesus Christ, hate Christians, hate Jews, or anyone who wants to live a decent life. And they mock God in TV commercials. And I mean, let me ask you a question. How many people really need to see AIDS vaccine commercials? The numbers are there's about 3% of people in America that are gay, but they give them a fucking month and they give veterans 1 day. There's so much systematically that went wrong here that literally led people into all these terrible and bad decisions. That's what we sat back and allowed, because that was the frog sitting in the pot of water while it boiled. If they would have thrown us in the boiling water with the shit they did in the Biden administration, all shit would have hit the fan. That's all.
Well, there's one thing I want to add that popped in my head when you were saying that, is in the state of Arkansas, there was a group of people that were wanting to get a statue of I don't know what you call it. It's not the devil. It's the bull-headed
Moloch.
Moloch. It's right. Okay. They wanted to put a statue of Moloch in front of the Capitol. And they were saying it was their religious right as Satanists to be able to have that, since we had the 10 Commandments up there as the Christians. And I got in a huge fight with 3 of my sisters over this whole thing, because they were saying, no, they can't put that up. And I said, so would you rather have them take the 10 Commandments down so that they can't put Moloch up? And they were saying yes. And I said, see, that's how they win. They aren't going to take care of Moloch. They're not going to clean it. They're not going to do anything with it. They're just doing it because they can. And because you are going to wimp out and say, I'd rather see the 10 Commandments come down where people can see it. And they've been taking care of it for all the years that it's been up there, just because you don't want to see Moloch up there. Well, guess what? I don't want to see Moloch either. But if it's going to mean that I have to cover up my 10 Commandment monument, then no, I will let them put their stupid statue up. That's how you have to look at it. Stop hiding who you are because you don't want other people to have the same right as you to have theirs out. If they want to walk around wearing their naked outfit like the king that thought he looked beautiful, right? Because he had an invisible outfit on, and I want to wear my outfit, then I should have the right to wear my outfit. But if I want to go around and be able to preach on the corner and say, come to Jesus, he wants you, blah, 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 they have the right to say, come to Moloch if he wants. But if they have the right to tell me that I can't stand on the corner and talk about Jesus Christ anymore because I don't want them talking about Moloch, they win, people. Stand up for what you believe and start saying it instead of saying, well, I'd rather go in the closet and talk about it, because that's where they want you. They want you to shut the fuck up. That's what they want. So as long as you let them push you around and not do what you're supposed to do, then guess what?
Let me give you a little history on Moloch. And this comes out of Judaism. It's part of the Jewish historical record. In the 23rd Psalm, when David says, I'll, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. Here's what the valley of the shadow of death that he's talking about in the historical record was that the Jews in Israel had adopted the worship of Moloch, and they would burn infants in the Moloch. What Moloch actually is this demon sitting above a furnace. And they would sacrifice children to Moloch. And when they would burn all up and they needed to empty out the burn grate, they would throw the bones of these infants over into a valley that was outside of Jerusalem, and that's why it got named the Valley of Death. So Moloch is not new, and we're not the first, nation to be taken by this. But I can promise you, that's idol worship is horrible. In the most conservative person's house who lives a really upright life, you can walk in there, and if you look up what the definition of an idol is, their house is full of them. So we open ourselves up in the spiritual realm for these evil spirits. Like, surely Moloch is an evil spirit, and not just like a statue where you burn people. Something invades the humanity of human beings and makes them rationalize that sacrificing infants will make it rain and the crops to grow and all of this kind of stuff. That's the craziest shit ever. And basically America reached this place. Oh man, the women aren't fucking. Well, I know where we can get some, and go down to South America and take children whose parents have left them on the street because they're all fucked up on dope, or whatever else is going on. And you take these children and no one even ever looks for them until good people say, what in the hell are you thinking? And go out and chase them down. We have 9 million sex and labor trafficked humans in this country today. 9 million. And they talk about racism and slavery and all of that shit. It's like, okay, so yeah, let's talk about it. Let's not talk about the Civil War. Let's not talk about the Irish who came over and built all the levees and made the waterways in the towns for commerce and all of that stuff. They were slaves, right? Let's don't talk about any of that. We're in this world today, and what we have done in this country, we are paying a severe, severe price for it. The people who allowed it to happen, like as Bruce was saying, were angry. We sat back and we allowed this thing to happen. There is a picture floating around where Barack Obama, when he was in the White House, allowed that man, the one that's got the eye that goes over here and runs the whole satanic country.
Yeah.
And he put Moloch in the White House. And people raised all hell. And Barack Obama's like, well, we have freedom of religion. Like, no. Maybe we have freedom of religion, but if your religion tells you to violate the laws of this country, you are no longer free to do it. And we've had human sacrifices, found 47 bodies up in upstate New York at one place where they were sacrificing human beings. Okay, this is way back in the 80s that happened. And when you have something like that you're not willing to contain, it might as well be Ebola in a football stadium. Everybody's going to get it. And that's the true fact. That's the Christopher Moore, the Christ-bearing servant. That's the preacher in me coming out. But we don't have, as Bruce said, anyone to blame but ourselves. But what we need to do is learn how this happened. How did I get fooled into this? Why did I keep looking the other way? You can't go past the interstate car wreck without breaking your neck and slowing traffic down to look at somebody suffering, but you're going to allow hundreds of thousands of children to be delivered to people who are sexually deprived over mental games and psyops that divided men and women, divorce courts that take children. You know, that's the one that kills me. What about the man who doesn't get custody and his wife's new husband is screwing his teenage daughter? Back in the day, you would drag that dude outside already dead and call 911 and say, send the coroner over here. I got one for you. And nobody would even look at you twice. And now if you even go over there and try to bring him outside and knock his teeth out, you're the one that goes to jail.
Well,
it's a much bigger, deeper problem than people want to realize.
I know, but that's what I'm trying to say is it all goes back to the states again. Okay. And when you have a state where somebody gets, oh, there's Richard. Hey, Richard, welcome. Better late than never. That's okay. We still got a lot to talk about. But when you, oh no, I lost my train of thought. So darn it. The thing is, if we don't start fighting for our states to keep our states free of this kind of shit that's going on, and to clean up the messes, just like what we saw in my state, where the father finds out his daughter's been taken out the window by a known pedophile, right? And he tracks the guy down and basically takes care of it himself, and then they want to arrest him, put him in jail for it, right? But guess what? He runs for office and takes this job of sheriff while he's going through all this mess. That's the kind of people we have in the state of Arkansas, and they're in every state. But these people have got to stand up and start fighting for what you're leaving for your children and your grandchildren in your state. If you don't take it back, they're going to own it. So basically, by you sitting there doing this, click, watching TV, eating popcorn, or whatever you're doing, you're not fighting for your kids. You're not fighting for your grandkids, and they're taking it. They're just taking everything they want because you're just sitting there and letting them. So that's just like what Bruce said. We are to blame. The ones who just sit on your ass, don't do shit. But people did get motivated enough to outvote the cheat when Trump got the first time he won. Okay. So people can do it. People stop Bud Light. Okay. Because they stopped buying the damn shit because of the story they were trying to shove down your throat. And they said, F you, didn't buy the beer. And the beer went, oh my God, we got to do something. We're losing our shorts. Guess what? It worked because the people stood up against it. And that's the only way, people, that we are going to win is when we take back what's ours. And that's this country that our ancestors built on the backs of their brothers and sisters to get us so we could go somewhere with it for freedom. And we're the youngest country in the world, and we're the most powerful. Why? Because we really have freedom. But we're losing it day by day. And if we don't get off our ass, we're not going to have it at all. We're not going to have anything except for what they want you to have. That's it. And I don't want to live that life.
I just want the Muslims and Democrats to kind of be kicked down, broken legs or wood chippered. I don't give a shit. I'm just tired of anti-Americans winning all the goddamn time. I was promised from Trump, we're going to have so much fucking winning. All I see is fucking lawsuits and liberal fucking pussy hat wearers dragging us off to fucking court because heaven forbid we do some pro-America move and defend somebody or take somebody's fucking meal plan out of their mouth. They don't have the entitlements that they were promised when they illegally entered the country. They were later given a green card to pacify that little request. I'm so
Yeah.
fucking tired of these people. And I'm
Well,
pretty okay with starting my villain arc now. I'm okay with running them over.
But things
Physically,
are getting
literally,
better. People are starting to talk about it. People are starting to share it. People are starting to say, we don't want that here. So it's sad that we had to wait until one became mayor of New York City and then has a prayer service in honor of himself with the imam saying how we need to help our mayor get rid of the infidels and all this kind of stuff. And the infidels mean us, anyone that's Christian or any other religion.
non-believer. Any
Yeah,
non-believer when it
anyone
comes to the
anything that's not a Muslim. That means Christians. That means Catholics. That means atheists. That means anyone else besides them. Yeah, you are a
and
target. Period.
And
That's what
I'm pretty okay with what's going on in Dearborn right now. There's an entire group of motorcycle riding yeehaws up there that went from Sturgis east to Michigan, and I'm hoping that they cause a lot of discussion. Hopefully, people see just how far down Michigan has fallen, and then they start realizing it's not just Michigan. Big cities like New York City, Dallas, Chicago, all these places where we should be able to go, enjoy, and spend our money freely, but instead are possibly going to have prayer call starting up in the next couple months. I know that they've got it in the shithole of Dearborn.
Yeah,
but,
I don't understand that. That's one thing I've brought up multiple times is you get this huge millions and millions of dollar mosque, but yet you still pray in the streets. Why aren't you praying in your mosque? If you have to have prayer, put your Bluetooth headphones in so nobody else has to hear you listening to the music. Just listen to it wherever it is, wherever you're at, and lay on the ground or do whatever it is you want to do. But don't take away our right.
No. If they did that, then they like your daughters would disappear, and they'd be somewhere in Saudi Arabia, pregnant with like 3 or 4 ugly fucking kids. That's the only thing that the Muslims can do is they can try to abduct non-relatives, which means the rest of us, the 34% or the 66% of the world that's not related to Islam. All they can try to do is kidnap the rest of you, females, God bless you, and try to take you off to their shithole countries and breed you with some super virile or super fucking not jacked up, but he's got a lot of pills in him. Just like, most guys in the golf course have a lot of pills in them too. But they're not out there raping. They're out there paying for it, or offering like, hey, if you want to come back to my blah, 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 blah. But nope. Islam, the only way they really propagate is rape. And that's just, how that piece of shit cult is. And it will always be like that because that's how it was written. Muhammad himself, he married a 6-year-old girl, and he thighed between her. He laid his dick between her thighs, and until she was able to take his dick at the age of 9, which she wasn't able to take his dick if you look at biological 9-year-old girls. But they always do lie to you because they lie as a part of their religion. They will say a Muslim girl matures faster, which if you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you.
Wait a minute. You're saying that you're forgetting the fact that Muhammad, itty bitty. That's why he was able to do it. He was itty bitty.
I'm not willing to say itty bitty or fucking gargantua cock. All I'm willing to say is that there's no way in hell that a 9-year-old girl should have been able to have sexual relations. That's all I'm fucking saying. I'm pretty certain that Muhammad was cursed with an itty bitty dick because of all the evil things he did. And karma has a fun way of swinging around and like kicking you in the dick later in life, not too long afterwards. Usually doesn't wait that long. Karma knows everyone's address. I love to think that you're right, but I'm also looking at how 9-year-olds are built and they're not supposed to be doing that. And it makes me furious.
So what pisses me off about it the Quran and the Hadiths all talk about how he only used her for thawing, and that she'd be playing with her dolls while he did it. That's in their holy papers and holy books, and they make excuses for it.
And why do you think that's one of the number one religions where they recruit from is prisons?
Because if you read the Quran, not the way that they published it, but if you read it as it was written, i.e., in the order it was written, you come quickly to the realization that Muhammad was making it up as he went along to get whatever it was he wanted at the time.
Yes, that's it. That's
And
his entire life is a giant lie, a falsehood.
Now, one of the reasons why Islam has this thing against people adopting was because of Muhammad. Muhammad had adopted a son, and Muhammad's adopted son had married this woman that was supposed to be super hot. And when Muhammad met her, he lusted after her so much, he forced his adopted son to divorce her so he could have her.
I thought he had his son killed off so he could take her. Maybe he didn't.
It's been a while since I've read it.
I thought there was a part of the Quran where, like, he lusted after this guy's wife, and either he has him killed off, kills him himself, or sends him off to war. I can't remember. But surely enough, the guy's incompetent in battle. He dies, and the widow is left there, and so Muhammad has another free wife.
That was King David.
Yeah, I was about to say you're thinking about the wrong book. Let me tell y'all what I think about this, right?
Go ahead.
We had all kind of drone surveillance going on in Afghanistan when we were there, and I got sick and tired of watching those guys take turns fucking goats. And we got countless hours of video from drones where these dudes they would fuck goats. It's like I don't get all that, right? I don't get it. If you'll fuck a goat, you'll certainly fuck a 9-year-old girl, right? That's just, I don't know. If your mind is warped like that, then that's the way you are.
I'm ready to go to my next thing. I have it pulled up. If you guys are ready, that's okay. All right. Yeah, we all agree on that. Where none of us think that kind of shit should be legal.
Yeah, Chippy. We need to bring in Chippy.
Oh, well, I just want to share this next thing because I think it's another thing to prove that they are. We have many teams that are all do what? What'd you say? I can't hear him now.
Did you mean Bruce?
I was just talking about bring Chippy in.
Oh, okay.
Bring in Chippy, Janet. Bring in Chippy.
And not these type of Chippy.
I want to show, I'm trying to show that Trump has his teams, all working on different areas, working on different things to bring it to justice the best that he can, as fast as he can, because you got to remember, almost every time he signs an executive order, it goes to the Supreme Court. Okay, every single thing. So they're fighting every single group that hates Trump and hates all of us because we like Trump or we voted for Trump. We're having to fight tooth and nail for every single thing that we're getting. And everything can't be done with an executive order. Okay. So we need our system to work properly. And that means they need to work. We need our senators to do their damn jobs that we put them there for. So, but what I wanted to show is this. This is another group of people, and they're slowly coming bringing everything out so that and they're sending it in to the right people so that we can finally start having some trials. So we just have to be patient, but it is coming. Every day I'm seeing more and more stuff proving that that's happening, and people are being arrested. It's just not the big names that we're wanting yet. This says newly declassified documents reveal the paper trail behind the FBI's 2017 investigation into Donald Trump, and that we had the documents and the names, including James Comey. Now it's time for subpoenas and sworn testimony. So here we go. They're doing everything they can to get these people, and we just have to let them follow the law, because we are a government, a country of laws, not men. We have laws that we have to follow if we want it to be done by the Constitution. So here we go.
Russia, the hoax, okay? Things start in the 2016 campaign when Hillary Clinton's campaign authorizes this phony Steele dossier, and they try to wrap Russia around the president's neck, but they don't go directly after him. They go after people like Carter Page and George Papadopoulos, Mike Flynn, with just bogus stuff, okay? Didn't work. The boss gets elected. Now, we're 5 months into his term, and May 16th, 2021, something unprecedented, remarkable, and disgusting happens. The FBI initiates an investigation of Donald John Trump under the assumption that he's a tool and a pawn of Vladimir's Putin's Russia. Okay. Now, here's we know this kind of by anecdotally, but what we got from John Solomon's dogged efforts in Pulte and the president's direction is newly declassified documents, which give us the formal opening document of that investigation, all of the approving officials, and importantly, Steve, the chain of command all the way up to the top, down to the implementing FBI agents, the likes of Walter Giardina on. Now, let me show you how this works. Come May 16th, there's the opening communication. The bad guy here at the top is the Counterintelligence Division Director. He's a guy named Bill Priestap. Remember that name. And he consults with the FBI's General Counsel, James Baker. And in this opening communication, they say, we're investigating Trump. And what happens then is you've got the acting FBI director, the next name, Andrew McCabe, notifying the Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein that they're opening the matter. So you got Baker, Priestap, McCabe, and Rosenstein. Okay, so the very next day, Steve, Rosenstein appoints Robert Mueller, the special counsel, and the Russia hoax takes flight. Now, James Comey's in this hoax as well, because the investigation is open in part because they use Comey's firing to argue that somehow that was Donald Trump trying to suppress the Russia probe. So he's clearly one we got a subpoena. So that's 5 so far. And then the Priestap communication is based on a predicate that's been established by the Crossfire Hurricane team, and 2 very familiar names there is Strzok and Page, the star-crossed lovers at the FBI, who were just virulently anti-Trump. So we've got Page, Strzok, Rosenstein, we got Mueller, McCabe, Baker, and Priestap identified. And then you go down to the agent level, and you've got these guys. You got Case Agent 1. This was the guy who screwed up the Carter Page FISA warrant. His name is Stephen Soma. You have another guy, Pienka, and then the guy I call the Forrest Gump of the Russia hoax and the anti-Trump activity, the guy who arrested me, Walter Giardina. And what's important about Giardina is he was one of the initial recipients, Steve, of that phony Steele dossier. He vetted it and allegedly Giardina said, "Oh, that's genuine. Let's go." And then later on, whistleblowers allege that he had his laptop erased and things like that. So the point is that we have an opportunity now. We know exactly what that investigation said in terms of its opening communications. We know what the chain of command looks like. And it's time, and what I call for in the piece is for, at a minimum, subpoenas issued by Grassley's committee, Chuck Grassley on the Senate side, and Jim Jordan on the House.
So, see, things are happening. We just have to be patient. They're trying to explain things. They're trying to give the media a chance to hear what they're doing and why they're doing it. But it's not this administration's fault if the media is not sharing the information. And if they're not going to, guess what? We have to do it. We have to try to get people to see it. Yes, Chris.
When John Ratcliffe was director of national intelligence, in the first months of the Trump administration, he said on a Fox News interview, when all of this comes out, the name Bill Priestap will be one of the most significant names. That was 10 years ago. They knew then. What they did is, remember what I told you about, if you have an incoming president charged with treason, the outgoing president remains in equal power. And all of those records that John Ratcliffe looked at were seized and made classified in classification. And your boy, that sick CIA fucker, man. I hate him so much I don't like to remember his name.
I can't help you. I'm sorry. I'm terrible with names. I can't remember.
I know who you're talking about.
Well, whatever. He was the one behind getting all that stuff sealed. Well, he was the one who basically, by ordering people to do it, got the 47 signatures that said that the laptop wasn't real.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, the criminal shit that was going on in this country at that time inside the White House was off the chain. I mean, back in the 1800s, 1700s, when they founded this country, they would have taken those people out, cut them up in little pieces and pile them up on the street and say, this is the kind of shit we do to people like this.
But see, what's really good about this, if people would really listen, open their eyes and pay attention and look at what's happened and what's already unfolded just in this new term, not even this stuff before that. If you just pay attention to what's happened since Trump's been president and you get to see the stuff as it's being laid out, look what they did to Rudy Giuliani. Look what they did to him. They crucified this man because he was telling the truth. The woman from Arizona, Tina Peters, went to prison because she was trying to show the corruption in Arizona. That's a state. Okay. That wasn't a state matter. That's why it was so hard to get Trump to be able to do anything. Because Trump can give her a pardon. No, he can't. It's a state crime. Totally separate. States are separate when it comes to certain things from the federal government. And people need to realize that every single state has its own constitution. Okay. And just like I said, you can be naked in Oregon and walk in front of kids and nobody gives a shit, but you can't do that in Arkansas. Yes, Richard.
Okay.
John Brennan. John Brennan, the CIA director.
This is one of the reasons why there are people have been talking about the fact that Fauci pled the Fifth repeatedly, despite having a blanket pardon that covered everything he did between a certain set of years. Thing is, it was a presidential pardon, even though it was signed by auto pen.
Yeah.
It does not cover if the individual states decide to prosecute.
Mm-hmm.
Also, it doesn't cover foreign countries prosecuting. And what Fauci did, Fauci caused a massive amount of problems, not just here in the United States, but around the world. People died because of what he said and did, especially when how they kept attacking anybody who was coming up with treatments that he did not approve of and that he wasn't making money from. This is the thing that most people don't get. He did the exact same thing with HIV and AIDS. Because he attacked alternative methods that were actually showing that it could either A, stop the spread of HIV and stop it from turning into full-blown AIDS, and Fauci is an evil bastard that I want to do a deep dive on, to where we go back to when he first started. He is the longest.
70s?
Yes, because this sumbitch has been doing this shit since the 1970s. And he has worked nonstop for the federal government all this time. He is the highest paid non-elected official in the United States government when he stepped down. He is a worthless piece of shit.
Requests were just sent.
All right, I just want to show you this, Richard, because you brought it up about the different states. I think Chris, weren't you on the show with me when we talked about the COVID stuff?
Yeah.
And Fauci. Okay, well, I wanted to share this with you. This is the one person I was able to get permission from to use his one of his videos at the end of my show.
Just can't believe that you want to put me in jail. Those dogs were going to die in the shelter anyway. I just sped it up.
Well, I just want to share this video really quick again, that he put this out, and I had it on the show. It was like last week or the week before, 2 weeks ago. But here we go. Listen to this.
Criminal referral requests were just sent to all 50 state attorneys general seeking prosecutions of Anthony Fauci and other top public health officials for their roles in the COVID criminal enterprise. The cited offenses include murder, terrorism, racketeering, manslaughter, human trafficking, elder abuse, false imprisonment, and other serious crimes tied to the COVID era hospital policies, treatment protocols, vaccine mandates, and financial incentives. The evidence collected includes named individuals, family testimony, witness statements, legal briefs, financial records, and whistleblower accounts. Families of witnesses say patients were isolated from loved ones, denied requested treatments, subjected to rigid hospital protocols, and killed or seriously harmed, while hospitals received financial incentives connected to COVID care. This nationwide action was launched by the Vyers Law Group and Florida's governor candidate, Rachel Rodriguez, through their Federal Accountability Freedom Operation. And so we need accountability, and this is a big step towards it.
Okay, I wanted to share that again because I did share it a couple times on a couple shows that we talked about just the COVID stuff. And I'm sharing the link in the chat again because it is happening. We just have to share it. We have to get people to see that things are falling out. Things are happening, and we need the people to make sure other people know about it and to make sure your states follow through. Make sure your people, your attorney generals or whatever in your states do their job. And how many states do you think it's going to take to do something? Because I don't think the blue states are going to be rushing along. I don't think Minnesota and a few other states are going to be at the top of the list of pushing this to prosecute someone, even though they've had people in every single state that suffered because of what happened with Fauci, right? So you'd think that if anyone cared, it would be the governor, the mayors, and all that for their people. But let's see if they want to back Fauci or they want to back the people of their states. So we'll find out very soon. But I wanted to share that with you because you brought that up, and I went and got it and pulled it out of my shit show chat so that I could show it to you because I didn't know if you'd seen it. But I want to share this with you guys now that we're remember, I try to set everything up to where it unfolds as we talk about it, and the new thing's going to pop up, right? Well, I want you to see this. This is about Italy Gate. I don't know if that's why I called the show what I called it tonight. So it says Barack Obama and this Prime Minister of Italy orchestrated the overthrow of the U.S. government on November 3rd, 2020. And then I'm going to play this video for you. So here we go. Let me make it bigger and make sure it's turned up. And here we go.
We'll go ahead and move on to our presentation from Maria Zach. And this is talking about the elections. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Maria Zach from Nations in Action, and we are an organization that's devoted to transparent government, transformative politicians, trustworthy parties, and truthful media. The Italian Secret Service actually received information from Arturo's girlfriend, he considers wife because they've been together so long. Her uncle is part of the Italian intelligence services. She said, Uncle, Arturo came home and said he doesn't understand why we're stealing America's election. They immediately go to Leonardo and investigate. Arturo confesses. The Italian intelligence services reach out to us November 18th. They said something happened. We're watching a coup d'etat in the United States of America. They were fearful of meeting with anyone. There were 2 affidavits that were delivered into Congress, and they were delivered from Italian citizens that contacted us. Intelligence agencies had been trying to reach out because their country had already fallen. And that is what is happening around the world. The intelligence agencies are watching corruption and China come in to their countries and buying off politicians and hiding things and using fraud to do amazing efforts to take over and own property and, in some instances, countries. So today I'm going to play for you an audio tape that should shock you all. It'll shock America. This is the first place I have chosen to testify in. I could have walked into any state. I know my way around. We've already proven my credentials. I know government affairs. I can walk in, and when I play this for you, and why Kansas? Because Kansas was a pro-Trump victor of electors. But I would argue you don't know. You do not know the real result of your election. You also probably have not been made aware of what was occurring in Italy. Leonardo, the defense contracting firm, had some strange occurrences happening with people coming in and out that the intelligence services witnessed, of people coming from Frankfurt into the Italian U.S. embassy in Rome on Via Veneto. This instance enabled individuals to come forward and supposedly, according to the Italian intelligence services, work with Leonardo to change the results of the United States election. But more frightening is that they claim there were 47 to 52 presidential elections around the world, and they now have telemetry experts, over 200, that speak foreign languages that are all different. So what you are dealing with is a very calculated attempt to take down presidencies and control countries. So this audio that I'm about to play for you is from an individual who was a member of the CIA and the State Department. His name is Larry Johnson. Many of you may not know, but I am the person not only who hand-delivered that letter to Donald Trump on Christmas Eve in 2020, telling him who stole the election, where they stole it, and how they stole it. And my number one goal was to bring back one of the people who was in the satellite center. His name was Arturo Delia. My goal was to rescue him and bring him over to America because he was willing to testify. There were people that would not assist, that I thought would assist, But what was most shocking was this voice recording that I will play now.
Pretty damning. That's pretty fucking damning.
Maria, hi. Larry Johnson. We spoke yesterday. Listen, I needed to see if you would help us get in touch with the lawyer, because after you talked to him yesterday, he went missing. We have people in Italy now and are ready to have the person that's in jail. We've got a national security team that can extradite him and bring him back safely to the United States. So that's already lined up. There's no need for an airplane because the airplane is going to be provided and witness protection provided. If you could call me at your convenience, 301-442-5957.
That's our United States government, supposedly, national security, that are going to go rescue Arturo Delia. Anyone know about that? Probably not. Anyone? Because most Americans had this truth hidden from them, that there was an operation, supposedly, but the number one thing that they were looking for in the beginning of that message was where the lawyers were and the people who did the affidavits who were being hunted to be killed. These are brave people around the world that are trying to tell the truth and having great difficulty with the United States government apparatus. Telling the truth is not easy, and people are risking their lives. So that was the transcript. So you ask, okay, what proof is there? Well, I would definitely consider that, sir, Mr. Chairman and members. That is called proof. That needs an investigation. Where is our law enforcement? It should be at the local, state, and federal levels immediately to investigate Larry Johnson and the activities that he did in the United States during this whole event. You know, everyone says, if you see something, say something, right? We're all supposed to see something, say something, and then what happens? You get blasted. We had patterns of illegal activity across the country. We had people not matching signatures on the ballots. We had witnesses galore filling out affidavits. I'm so proud of the team at Nations in Action because they filed many, many, many affidavits. They saw the computers actually online and there are photographs. So if anyone says the machines weren't online, that is false. So these witnesses that have come forward have also identified over 35,000 illegal cross-county voting just in Georgia alone, and that relates to President Trump's talk with Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, where he was saying, I know that there are votes there that were illegally cast. He was right. He is actually vindicated in the proof today because the cross-reference with the state documents and the U.S. Postal Service feed shows that these people did not live where they actually voted. Those votes should have never been counted. Now we have illegal votes that are cast using fake residences and business addresses, photocopied identical ballots and stacks fed into tabulators, and many fake, unfolded, unmailed absentee ballots. Of the thousands of affidavits just filed in Georgia alone, would you like to know how many arrests were made? Zero. Zero. All those great citizens who we ask to do us a favor and help us do our right to vote, to go and volunteer to work polls, had no assistance at all in having a free and fair election, and they witnessed the failures of America. So now you should be asking me, who are the people in Italy, Maria? Who are they that actually coordinated and conspired? Because this is where we really break things down and show you the proof of what occurred. Stefano Serafini on your left is actually a member of our State Department who retired just days before the election. It is said that he, in an intercept, it was picked up that he was retiring so he wouldn't lose his pension should he be caught. He was coordinating with General Claudio Graziano. General Graziano is also at the time was the EU commander. And they were meeting across the street at the St. Regis Hotel. And it was with Ignazio Moncada, who is the CEO of Fatah, which is Fatah SPA, which is a subsidiary of Leonardo one of the largest defense contracting firms in the world. They are the largest in Italy, and they receive numerous United States military and intelligence contracts. That should frighten everybody right now. Now, they were meeting in his hotel, and in March of 2020, they were coordinating this plan. The Italian intelligence services actually provided me with the cell phone number for the go order, and it goes to General Graziano. So then you ask, well, they concoct the plan. They have to go get the IT guys. Who's going to do it? Well, they already had a guy. His name is Charles Robinson. He is a telemetry expert. He came in a week prior to the election of November 2020. He uploaded mil-spec software, and he had traveled from Frankfurt.
Scary.
This burns my ass.
Well, the thing is, I have been talking off and on about this and the whole thing with kids. These are my two subjects, and now COVID too, for quite a while on this channel. And I've been taken down for weeks at a time. I've had to do mini shows only on Bruce's channel because I had no channel. I wasn't allowed to post anything, say anything. I've had 5 or 6 guests that do child trafficking stuff. I've tried to do the best I could, not with no help, because I have, especially with this network, you know, the YouTube network, they don't like me. They don't like what I say. And then they take me down and demonetize me and said that I post the same video over and over again. Anyone go to my channel. And I even showed a 4-minute video like they asked of all the different stuff that I talk about and what I do. And they still said no. So it's like, okay. They haven't taken me down for good yet. Hopefully they won't, because all the people that follow me on this on YouTube, you know, won't see anything that I post anymore. And that's exactly what they want. They don't want people like me saying stuff, because I'm not doing it for the clicks or the money. Okay. I'm doing it because I think it's important that people see this, because the media is not going to share it with you. And people are paid on other platforms to not share this stuff. And I'm probably going to have this video taken down. So I'm glad that the few people that are seeing it now can see it. And then I'll have to say, go to Rumble if you want to see it, because it's over there right now. I'm airing it on Rumble also, but I'm also airing it on X. And it's sad that because Google owns YouTube and they're huge, they took down Parler. They can take down whoever they want because they're giant, just like Fauci. You know,
well,
and
Fauci. If things keep going the way they're going right now, Fauci is about to really be an ouchie Fauci, because enough people have been woken up that they're calling for his head, especially whenever they found out what he was doing to the Beagle puppies. And
well, I want to share one more thing now. This is the other thing. I think this is it right here. Yeah. This is another thing that is now out, and it's hard for them to cover it. The other doctor that I just showed you, that I've played many of his videos, that's been talking about the COVID vaccine and all that kind of stuff. And the studies, trying to show studies. He's gathering information of different studies they've done on the different things that work, what doesn't work, that kind of stuff. But this is another thing he's got, because I think I also have another video from him that I can share too. But this is Dr. Naomi Wolf. Okay, do you guys know her? Have you heard of her before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she's done a few videos, so I'm going to share this with you. Here we go.
The centerpiece of the Pfizer papers is an intentional attack on human sexuality, and especially on women and babies. They killed the babies and they knew it. They poisoned the breast milk and they knew it. They damaged the placentas and they knew it. They lowered the sperm count and they knew it. They have a chart of the babies they're injuring. They have a chart of the women's menstrual cycles that they're disrupting. They concluded that babies were dying in utero due to maternal exposure to the vaccine. And this is the document that went to Dr. Walensky. And then she gave a press conference saying, you've got to, get a vaccine, a COVID vaccine before, during, or after your pregnancy. So this is satanic, right? This is satanic on a massive level. And you look at Borla and you look at, the fact that they knew they were doing this, which if you read the Kaiser papers, you cannot conclude otherwise. And this 13 to 20% drop in live births. So I guess what I'm trying to say is they tried to kill us. They tried to wipe us out. They tried to sterilize us. A lot of people died. There's going to be horrible struggles with fertility, but we survived and the truth came out.
Okay. So I shared that one. Now I'm going to take that one down, and then I'm going to share this other one real quick, and then we can talk about it. But let me get this one up. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay. Pause it. Make this bigger. Okay.
Some of Fauci's text messages just dropped, and he privately warned that the COVID shot could induce miscarriage. Okay. And this comes as CDC data now shows, based on a peer-reviewed paper, 37 safety signals were breached for pregnancy and newborn adverse events with these shots, including miscarriage, stillbirth, fetal malformation, and newborn death. And so you'll see his text message right there. Senator Rand Paul and Senator Ron Johnson just released it. He literally warned that, these shots induce a high fever, can induce cytokine storm, and that can theoretically cause a miscarriage. He said that. He said it in his private texts, and he went on to tell all pregnant women to take it. I mean, this is absolutely diabolical. And then we have the CDC data now with the official peer-reviewed studies now looking at it, finding massive safety signals for every pregnant adverse event looked at. So, I mean, this is evil. This is evil. And now it's confirmed. They knew it this whole time.
Pretty scary stuff. But just like I said, we have to be patient. It takes time to go through. Remember Nancy Pelosi walking down the halls, right? With a cart with a giant stack of papers that was like this tall, right? And what did she say? Well, we got to pass it before you can see what's in it. Remember that?
Yep.
Pass it. Don't read it. Who gives a shit? It's your tax dollars. We can spend it any way we want. Just shut the hell up and vote for this stuff. Okay. Now we have the SAVE Act. We have the SAVE Act, which everyone in the United States of America knows what it means. And we can't get our freaking people off their ass to vote for it. So that if an illegal citizen's here, they can't vote. Like what we just saw last night in Minnesota, where a guy can go in with all these women or people in burqas. You don't know if they're men or women, because some of them were men. And they were told that the person that brought them in could vouch for them, up to 8 people. For every person that came in, all the people in burqas didn't have to prove who they were or nothing. They were going to just hand them a ballot and let them vote.
Yep.
Because that person is vouching for them. And we want that to happen in every city in our country? Hell no. So we have got to fight. The states have to start fighting back. And that state is gone. I don't know how Minnesota has any money. Honestly, I don't.
They were gone when they hired fucking Stuart Smalley. When they hired Stuart Smalley to be their representative, they were fucking gone in the first place. Because he hadn't even had all the votes tallied, but yet some senior senator said, "Oh, just let him sit in the chair for a bit." And then magically he had the right number of votes to win. It was so weird. It was so queer and gay. But it's what we expect from Minnesota. Fucking heart of corruption bullshit. Over and over and fucking over again.
Well, I want to show this, what Hardwick just shared. Certain Republican Congress people, including John Thune, want to hand the midterms to Democrats so they can keep their uniparty grift going on. The only people that can stop this grift is us. We're it. We're the only defense to this. And that means sign up to work the polls in your state, because if you're sitting in that chair, they can't get away with cheating unless everybody sitting there is involved in it. It won't work. So go sign up to work the polls and go in record numbers and vote in this next election that's coming up in every single state. We can do it, people. Go ahead, Richard.
This is one of the reasons why I get aggravated when people say that Trump's not doing enough.
He is doing stuff.
He's doing a whole lot of shit. Problem is that the uniparty Republicans in Congress keep stabbing him in the back, stabbing the American people in the back, like what Thune's been doing. They should have the votes to get the SAVE Act passed, because close to 90% of the American people want it.
Yep.
And have been crying out for it for over a decade. Because remember, we first started talking about photo IDs right after Saddam Hussein fell, and we saw all the Iraqi people walking around with their finger being blue and holding their finger up, showing that they had voted. Remember that?
Yep.
I'm that old. I remember that. I was celebrating that, because that was what, if I wasn't taking care of my grandparents at the time before they died, I would have been out there in the field doing that. We're the only country that doesn't require ID to vote. Let that sink in.
I know, it's ridiculous.
Notice the fact that Kamala only won states that barred photo ID.
Yep.
This is not an attempt to take away somebody's damn right to vote. We're giving away state IDs with your face on it so you can be able to vote.
But what's funny was, what was it? Bruce and I did a show. I don't remember who else was on. Ruben was on it. And it was last year, I think. I think Bruce will remember when they had the one guy, and I can't remember what channel it was. One of that one guy that has the 5 people, and he sits in a circle, and they talk. The red eye. He was on the red eye, but he's not anymore. He's got his
Greg Gutfeld.
Yeah, it was Greg Gutfeld. Remember this show when he had that guy out in the crowds of people, and he was walking around and specifically going to black people. Okay. And he was saying, I want to ask you a question. Is it true that black people have a hard time getting IDs with pictures on them so you could vote? You guys remember this? That was huge. And I was like, after that, I was like applauding. I was so happy. And I said, maybe people will see this and realize how stupid this whole thing is. And now we have senators that won't even vote for people to have ID. It's like we're in a clown world. We're in an alternate universe or something. It doesn't make any sense. It's common sense to say, if you want to buy cigarettes, you have to have what? Oh, an ID.
Photo ID.
You gotta have an ID.
You gotta have photo ID.
Yeah, you can't even go into Obama's library without an ID. You know, it's stupid. The whole thing is fucking.
Look at Mondani's city-run grocery stores. You're gonna have to show some type of a photo ID.
Also, Mondami had people shoveling snow in his city, and I did a thing on this too. And I showed a video of the woman going in saying, I want to shovel snow. What do I have to have? And she said, you have to have an ID to prove who you are so you can get paid by the city for shoveling snow, since we're going to pay people, I think it was $20 an hour or $25 an hour per person to shovel snow instead of having the city crew do it, because to let the people take care of their own city or whatever dumbass thing he was trying to do. But even then, in his city,
Zoom
you
in
had
on
to
that
have like,
omen, the omen streaming raven, what they
yeah.
just posted. That's pretty smart right there.
Where is it? Where is it?
Okay, the irony here
Oh,
is
right
that
here.
they set up all
There
these
it is.
cameras to watch your every move, know who and what you are, but a voter ID is taboo. Please make it make
100%.
sense.
It doesn't make sense. That's the problem. All of us running around that have common sense simply because we've lived lives and we've worked, we paid our bills, we took care of our families, we took care of our vehicles, we mow our yard, we scratch our own ass, and we scratch our lovers' backs or whatever. We do all these things for ourselves, and yet we're the dumbasses because we say we need ID so we can have fair elections. So I don't know. I don't have any idea where this is coming from, but it's fucking stupid is what it is. And because I say that, this video will probably not be up tomorrow. So, and I might not be here, but I can't help it. I'm saying it because it's true. I'm sharing this stuff because it's factual information, and I want people to stand up and say, I'm going to take my flag with me and I'm going to go and I'm going to vote, because that's what this is our country, people. Our ancestors made this country, built this country, and grew it to what it is, the strongest country in the world. And if we don't do something this November, it could all be gone. It could all be gone in November. And if we don't do something,
Reagan,
it's going to.
Reagan said that freedom is one election away from extinction, because that is how it can go. It's easy as hell to vote socialism into office. It's next to impossible to get it out without having to resort to violence. Venezuela showed us that. Because Venezuela, after Chavez failed at his attempt to take over the country, he was able to get himself elected. And the moment he was in charge after getting elected, he made it impossible for himself to get voted out of office. That's how it goes. There's the sadly, communism and socialism, you can vote it into office, but you can't vote it out. History has repeatedly proven this. Venezuela had a standard of living that rivaled ours. In all the world, Venezuela had almost everything we've got. The big, gigantic flat screen TVs. They had the big zoos. They had a very well-established middle class that was able to stand on its own 2 feet. But soon as Chavez came in, you started seeing the middle class until it was gone. And the only really rich people were the people that Chavez, that was part of his cronies and part of the political leadership. That's how it goes in socialist and communist countries. You still have uber rich. You still have an uber rich class. And it's the ruling class of the people who are members of the communist and socialist parties. Those of us who study history, who have seen this pattern, every time we try to tell people about it, we get told that we're conspiracy theorists. That's the one problem of being a history buff. You get called a conspiracy theorist 24/7 because you're calling this stuff out when you see the patterns emerging. I hate the fact that I have been proven right 9.999% of the time when this stuff out of 10 when it comes up. Even when I'm wrong, there's a part of it that was right. It drives me nuts, especially when people who are in my daily life who have witnessed this themselves roll their eyes and act like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
I know I deal with that a lot myself. But this is the last story I want to bring up right here that I have for tonight, because we've been going for like how long? Almost over 3.5 hours. So I want to share this, and we can talk about it, and then we'll call it a night. But this is really a good one too, because they all go together. It says investigative journalist Catherine Herridge just exposed the documents. China was blackmailing the Biden family, and it was sitting in President Biden's own daily brief. She found the records. She held them up on camera. The evidence is right there. And what did the FBI, CIA, and the entire legacy media do? They buried it. They looked the other way. They protected their regime. This isn't politics. This isn't a scandal. This is treason at the highest level. They knew, they covered it up, and they did it to keep power. No more excuses. No more conspiracy theories. The documents are out. The truth is staring America in the face. Share this with everyone. So I'm going to share. I'm going to let you listen to her say it herself. And I'm going to share this link in the chat for you so you can share it with other people. And just because you share it does not mean that these people, anyone in your family or anything else is going to believe it. But all you can do is share it, just like the gospel. You can only share it, and they have to make their own decisions. It's the same thing. So here you go.
What we saw in the release of the records, which I'm afraid, I think in the media or legacy media, there was kind of a willful blindness. They didn't want to look at the records. All you had to do was spend a couple of hours. I found these records, which are talking about blackmail by China. It was for President Biden's daily brief. I can conclude, I think, that it was probably about targeting his family. When that kind of information is not reaching a decision maker, ultimately the United States and the American people are the losers.
Right.
And I think that's what people need to be focused on.
Well, it's dangerous as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Because they're not getting into it.
So this is wild. So in these documents she's holding right here, we're being told is information and evidence that the Biden family is being blackmailed by China. This is something that we all thought was happening, but now there seems to be proof. Now, we're not being told what the proof is, but she's saying that it is there, and I'm sure it will be released. So we can speculate a little bit. I found a clip that I shared a while back, and I think that we'll just revisit it right now. Here it is. And this is on CNN, and what they're saying right here is that the Biden family admitted in court that they were being paid off by Chinese companies. So I think it's worth listening to this after what we just listened to in that previous video.
And Kristen, Glenn Kessler from the Washington Post had a fact check about Joe Biden from earlier this month, noting that Hunter Biden admitted in court in July that he was in fact paid substantial sums from Chinese companies. Kessler wrote, Hunter Biden reported nearly $2.4 million in income in 2017 and $2.2 million in income in 2018, most of which came from Chinese or Ukrainian interests. But this.
So right there, let me just stop it right there. So right here, the Biden family is being paid millions year after year from China. I mean, it doesn't get any clearer than this.
It doesn't. And look who's reporting it. Okay, CNN. That's another CNN. I don't think I've ever played anything by CNN because I don't trust them on here. But here's a little snippet by someone else that even got Biden's tail waggers, the ones that love him and lick up everything he said, basically changed his diapers for him and everything. And now they're being outed. Sharing information that they took millions and millions of dollars from China because the puppet in chief was walking around basically as a zombie doing whatever he was told for money. That wasn't even going to go to him really, because all he was going to do is, get his diaper changed and eat ice cream. You know what I mean? So basically, whoever is in charge of his money, his wife, I guess, was going to be the one that's going to reap the benefit of whatever Joe Biden was doing, or whoever the real president was, besides the auto pen. Obama or whoever. I don't know. But I don't know how much more evidence you need. But all this kind of stuff put together with the documents that have been released day after day after day, Kash Patel and all the other people in the FBI and the CIA and all those people and the president himself releasing document after document to make it so we actually have paperwork to present in court so that we can prosecute people, because without all these documents we wouldn't be able to do this. That's another thing. Oh, go ahead, Chris, go for it.
Yeah, this is probably scary, I don't know, but it's just the way it is, right? Russia, like Putin, dislike him, whatever you want to do, as a conservative individual, right? So China, they're not just conservative, they're totalitarian, right? But if you look at Ukraine, when the problem raised up in Ukraine, the EU wanted the resources out of Ukraine. Ukraine was part of Russia when the USSR broke up, but they maintained all of their business transactions, and their trade went through Petersburg. Okay. So with all the division, what they were doing was trying to separate people who were willing to listen to totalitarian treatment and all of this, but they wanted totalitarian treatment with the left's ideas. Okay, so we're not out of this by any stretch of the imagination, but I think it was in one of our talks last week, and we were talking about what Trump did for the day and what happened when he was at Camp David. And I think I said, well, I listened to Trump talk when it was over, and the most significant thing that I thought he talked about was when Pakistan, UAE, and Saudi Arabia joined into 3 of what will be the 10 of the Abraham Accords. And today they announced what that deal was. Today they announced what they signed. And what it said is, if you attack any of us, we are all coming after you. Now, here's the key part of that. Pakistan is a nuclear country. They got nuclear weapons. And I'm telling you that Iran, I'm heard it directly from people in Iran. They are shitting bricks right now because we didn't say we were going to nuke them. Pakistan said, fire one more missile at our oil refineries. I don't give a shit if it's UAE. I don't give a shit if it's Saudi Arabia. And we dare you to shoot something over here. And we'll nuke your ass. Right now, I don't think anybody is going to go up against that. I just don't. And I knew what a significant thing it was for him to come out of there and say, this is what we arranged. And now to know the truth about what's been arranged, there are nuclear weapons that would take about 4 minutes from Pakistan to Iran. They go 2,800 miles an hour. It's like 800 miles. By the time they load, get them fired up and get them in the air, that shit is over. You can't even make it in a bomb shelter by then.
The good thing about it, after what you just explained, the good thing about it is it won't be in our hands anymore.
It's not in our hands. That was the whole idea.
I know, but see, they keep saying, I know, but everyone keeps saying that Trump's trying to get us into a war because of the Jews and blah, blah, blah. That's all they're talking about. And now when this comes out and gets more, well, maybe, I don't know, the Jew haters are still going to hate the Jews. The thing is that the American people need to know that when that happens and they do something over there, we have all those countries right around that. They're going to say, you better stop or they'll shoot them. We won't have to do it because they're defending the rest of them. You see what I mean? Everyone there is defending each other because they're making a team out of them. And I think that's a miracle.
Click on Hardwick's message
See,
right
I
quick.
just if we could shove the Muzzies back in the Middle East in the original containment zone, and just let Israel take over the Middle East, give them that dominion. Here you go. Here's the desert shithole that you deserve. Fuck you. You know, we're not
Right.
going to attack you, but we want you to just like not fuck with us. Just make sure these things don't get out. Here's your zoo custodial keys. And if they get out, we're going to shoot them. And then we turn every mosque that's in Western society into a fucking barbecue processing plant for all the pigs, because there's a lot of pigs out there. God damn it! If we would take all these wild
We
pigs
got
out,
wild
and
hogs in Arkansas.
I know we
Right.
got wild hogs everywhere here.
Hardwick's
But I
message
just-
right here about the leaders of Pakistan being complicit with the Islamic Republic of Iran and doing everything they can to keep the regime from falling.
Correct.
The Pakistani government is schizophrenic and bipolar on this because they don't want Iran to get nukes because they know what a 12-er is, and they don't, and that scares them to death because it reminds them of the Thuggies, because the Thuggies are killing people and creating chaos to keep Shiva from coming back. But the 12ers, on the other hand, are wanting to create as much chaos as possible to get the 12th Imam to crawl out of his well and start the end times.
Yeah.
But yeah, Pakistan. A lot of people don't know this, that the nuclear Pakistan was jump starting the Lebanon, the Libyan, and the Iraqi nuclear programs.
Mm-hmm.
That's where both Saddam Hussein and Muammar Gaddafi had bought all the equipment to start building nukes.
Mm-hmm.
They got it from Pakistan. They bought that stuff from Pakistan. Ditto with North Korea.
Yep.
You know,
I have a Pakistani shot record. Okay. And I can promise you that they are far more secular and westernized, right? Their big problem is with the Hindus, right?
Yeah.
In India. But the reason that they have nuclear weapons is because they've always been a Western ally, and they're the same way they're 20 minutes from Iran, they're 20 minutes from Moscow, right? And they've got short access to China, you know. So of course, global politics is complicated, but you have to keep in mind that Project 2021 and now Project 3030 out of the UN, which are 85 Muslim nations out of 179 total nations, roughly half of it. And they got their eyes on an implosion in America that was set up by communist propaganda, Chinese bribes, border invasion, and, you know, you name it. And they're trying to implode. Obviously, the November 3rd coup d'etat didn't work. Did you think they were going to give up? No. And so you have Chinese massed together in Western California. You have Russians all up and down the East Coast. You have Islamics all over the Midwest and the upper Midwest. And you have Mexicans and South Americans all over Texas. And I promise you that those four countries, and I don't mean say those countries, it's bipolar, like you said. There's division across the board, as I explained in Ukraine, with the fact that when the EU took control of Ukraine, they screwed the half the population that was doing business with Russia, right? We needed sovereign borders and open trade. I don't want to say free trade, but hey, I got this. If you want to do business, do business. If you don't, you don't. Space Force and space, all space technology. Just last week, we had a man module come down with 2 Russians and an American. We have Chinese up there and all of that. And somehow in the global space force, we're able to get along. And we're trying to unravel the division they cause so people can live together and not be driven into poverty. But the actual goal was to destroy America from the inside and then split it into 4 to 7 different regional areas that would be under the control of the UN. And if you don't believe what I'm saying, go read 2030. And all it was an extension of 2021. And whether you want to accept it or know it or not, we just saw a video tonight that said the entire COVID thing was to create a coup in America, right? They were going to do it in 2016 by fixing the election with Hillary. We were all, too many people could see everything, the writing on the wall. We're like, we need Trump. I sacrificed my life trying to get that man elected. I definitely knew it was out of control. So Trump gets in. We find out about Brill Priestap and all of that by 2017 and the coup d'etat that our own FBI and CIA pulled on this country. Okay, we are not out of the woods yet. They're still trying to run a coup d'etat. And I promise you, sometime around 2030, there's going to be another operation on a global level of the total leftists against the right. And it will be right. We're at the crossroads where somebody's going to come forward and say, I'm the beast, and everybody will believe them. Which that's a total bunch of shit. That's half the way we get where we are because people's cheesy egos, they're like, oh, I got this diabolical plan and maybe I'm the beast. You know, maybe I'm one of the horsemen. And my whole job is because God wants to straighten this world out and you run straight into the ego and the road to hell is paved with good intention and you end up in a global turmoil like this. I used to laugh my ass off the whole time Barack Obama was in office, and I said, you know, he wants to say he's the Antichrist, but he ain't shit. He's just a crooked, lying fucking piece of shit working for foreign governments. And the craziest thing about all of it is everything who Barack Obama is and everything he stood for rose out of the leaders of the Black Panthers when he was a little boy. Mm-hmm. So, no, we're not out of it yet. We have a lot more to do. The fact that we have a Senate that will not pass a voting bill makes me want to vomit. I don't know that I wouldn't shoot one of them. If I wasn't standing right in front of them and had a discussion with them about it, I might just drop them right there because in wars, people die. And if you got to give your life up to win the war, that's what you do. Whether that means shooting one of those treasonous fucking pieces of shit on the stairs of Congress, or whether it means getting out there and doing the voting polls or doing whatever else you got to do, we are literally at a snapping point, at a flash point in all of this shit.
We're going to know very soon.
Yeah, but you just have to understand that all the other parts of the world would be totally happy if Mexico could have back Texas, California, New Mexico, Arizona. They already own that shit. The Chinese basically are running the Northwest, right? Hawaii.
Yep.
And then we got the Russians all over the East Coast, and we have the Islamics all up in the North. They would totally be satisfied with 5, 6, 7 states. You're an Islamic state, you're a Russian state, you're a Chinese state, you're a South American state. And what we would all be exactly like the Cherokees walking through the fucking desert, dropping dead while they took us wherever they were going to finish us off. Yeah. That's the reality we live in. And we have a Congress so fucking stupid or so bought out or so truly evil and have no love for us or this country or our Constitution or our flag that they're going to allow it to happen. We elect them to serve us. We are not ruled. We are not subjects. We are citizens. And we are armed to the teeth. And when I say that there's going to be a flashpoint, what I mean, 130,000 people were in the United States. 130 million when the Civil War broke out. It was a sectional regional war, but 600,000 people died. You multiply that shit out, and you're talking about having millions of dead bodies laying all over this country, the disease, the typhoid, the malaria, and all the other shit that'll come from that, flesh-eating bacteria. The numbers increase incredibly, and you got amputees, field hospitals, and all this other shit. Well, tell me that's 1860. I was in Darfur. I was in Rwanda. I went to Mogadishu. I was in Bosnia, and I saw with my own eyes in our adult lifetimes where the same people orchestrating this against America have orchestrated it against countries all over this world, and they do not give a fuck.
That's the reason why I've seen the same things. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to see this devolve into open conflict. When you've seen it with your own fucking eyes, you never want to see it again, especially in your own home.
Mhm.
And my fear.
I just want to say one thing really quick, and then I'll let you finish. The fact that what President Trump has gone through, okay, even though everybody says he's arrogant, he's a dickhead, he's an asshole, he's got his head up to Netanyahu's ass, or whatever they want to say about him, this guy took a bullet, a near-death bullet, a bullet that hit him in his head that could have took him out. That same shooter took other people down to try to get him. And we had a group of people that were supposed to be watching him that I feel were in on it, knowing that it was going to happen. And the reason I said that, and I've said it since the day it happened, was why is CNN there? This is what I was asking all my friends, texting back and forth. Why is CNN going to air Butler out of all the places that he's been? Why are they going to air Butler? Something big's about to happen. I didn't know what. I didn't know it was that. And then all of a sudden I got a video from a friend that said, and it showed, look, there's a guy on the roof with a gun. I was like, oh no, they're going to kill him. I was petrified. I cried playing our game, Bruce's game, because they tried to kill President Trump. Okay. It was terrible. But the thing is, they knew they had to keep Trump out at all costs because he was a person that was going to put holes in the bucket that they needed to fill all this
Where else was CNN? At the bullshit middle of the night raid where FBI agents were sniffing Melania Trump's underwear.
Trying to get
get out of that whatever you want to. It's a loud hint that I will not confirm or deny, but we know.
Well, the thing is,
you go ahead.
If, heaven forbid, if somebody does finally take out Trump, that will be the Bubba effect trigger. And they don't want that. Because the moment that happens, you're going to see a whole lot of people, even people who didn't like Trump, that are tired of the way the system has been run. That's going to be the trigger. That will set off everyday people.
I hope it's not the trigger because I don't want that to happen.
Neither do I. I'm just saying. If he was to be assassinated, it would end up triggering the Bubba effect, which would basically make the summer of love look like a summer of love, because there's enough people out there, especially ex-military types, that have had enough. They've had enough of the lies. They've had enough of the attempts to make them into the bad guys. Because the majority of people who have served in the military has seen just how incompetent the government can get.
Yes.
One of the reasons why so many of us end up becoming libertarians is because we don't trust our government no more. We still love our country, but we just don't trust our government. Our government has screwed us repeatedly. be it keeping us from getting the disability that they promised, benefits that they promised us. Hell, I'm still waiting for 100% disability, and I still ain't got it.
I have a feeling that now I understand why they couldn't give you the money, because they didn't have it. And the reason they didn't have it is because the people that were the paper pushers or whatever for the VA knew that it was all being spent on all this fraud, because they knew about it.
They
Just like what we just saw about what's going on. Yeah, and getting bonuses
for denying us.
Yeah, I know. Look at the $1 billion in fraud in that one county in California. And those people are in on all this. That's why the whole thing from the top down, from when Elon came in and started Doge, okay, with Trump's blessing and this administration's blessing, they knew that it was going to be a domino effect. And they talked about it. And it's still dominoing right now. Little by little by little, and state by state by state. Minnesota they don't have any money. Their whole state is a corruption, nothing but corruption. That whole place.
Hang on, let me. You brought that up, Janet. You brought that up before.
Yes,
USAID paid that money, and USAID was run by the top 10% of our stock market.
Yep, I believe it.
But like I was saying, after over 20 plus years in an active combat zone of the Middle East, there are so many veterans of operations, Iraqi Freedom, Enduring Freedom, and the Global War on Terror that has the type of combat training that you don't want to see engaged in here in the continental United States. And the fact that they'd be fighting over their home turf, protecting their own families this time, they won't be playing by the rules. They will take, because they had to fight under rules of engagement that did not make not one lick of sense. Do you think that they're going to play by those rules here? Defending themselves, defending their families, defending their children, defending the things that they truly believe in? No. It will be worse than the first Civil War, because you will have people fighting a no holds barred, because as far as they're concerned, even the government is responsible for the situation that the world has found itself in.
Yep.
And we don't want that. That was how Heinlein Starship Troopers ended up getting the Citizens Federation.
Yep.
Okay. I hate having to pull on science fiction here, but it's pop culture. And pop culture tells you a lot about the time it was created. And the Citizens Federation from Starship Troopers, the novels, not the movie, this is what triggered it. Was all of these veterans who were fed up with the government being corrupt and screwing over the little guy. They sat there and was watching the fact that the politicians were able to get away with it because people who had never had any skin in the game were allowed to vote themselves benefits.
Yep.
That they were basically stealing from the government coffers, that they could vote for whatever they wanted. But the veterans who had actually fought and bled and died were getting screwed over by the same government that these non-combatants who had voted themselves all these bennies was able to get, that the veterans who fought for it couldn't get. That's what caused that. And in the Starship Troopers novels, that's my fear, is that's what we're going to end up getting, is if they keep this shit up.
Let me tell you the intangible.
Well,
nobody ever wants to talk about.
I want to say one thing first.
Okay.
We're going to find out by the middle of November. We're going to know which direction we're going to have to be prepared for. I just wanted to add that.
Okay, but on what he was talking about, complacency got us in this place.
Yes.
And
I've
you
been
got
saying
a
that for 6
few
years now.
guys out in the country that take their 8-year-old daughters and 10-year-old sons out to shoot a gun. But we have about 12 million people in this country who've, since 1979, which is going to be up to 20 have kids, generations of children who at 4 years old were taught to hate us, tell us our values meant nothing at all, and that we needed to die. And they ingrained that shit in these children and put guns in their hands at a very young age. And they're willing to strap a bomb on and walk in a restaurant to take 80 out because they get better virgins that way.
Yeah.
They're trained to be martyrs. So we may have the most efficient, we may be able to get on the military bases and the commander in chief says, use whatever you need. And we got A-10 warthogs and all this other shit. When it comes to that door-to-door fighting, we are not prepared, period. And there will be use way bigger than the Civil War, way worse than the Civil War. And that is the very implosion that they're hoping for in the Project 2030, so that UN can come in and seize control and break us up into regions and give us over to UN control. They already tried UN control. They did it when they tried to coup Trump and he was building the border wall. UN was telling the rest of the world they were sending armed troops to the US border to seize our border. I'm not making that up. That's real.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're way deeper in this. It's way more dangerous than anybody wants to admit. And that's what I'm saying, that our Congress, a lot of those guys are decorated military veterans. Why can't they take these fucking left-wing shitbags that never did anything with their life and describe to them what it's like picking up machete slaughtered Houthis off the fucking roads in Mogadishu and Chad after they went around and dumped machetes out of trucks, and they just picked them up and went and started killing people. We're talking about chopping them up with machetes, man. You never forget the smell of that. You never forget the scene, none of that. And that is exactly what they could do here. And you got that crazy Joy Reid chick that was on MSNBC. You could go back to what happened at one point in, I think it was Chad, Uganda, one of them, where Soros owned this radio station, and their head female person said the exact same things word for word that Joy Reid was saying. And man, I would watch that and boil. I'm like, I'm not the only person who had all that intel. I'm not the only person that went over there and dealt with the mass graves and 10-year-old boys' arms laying in the road and them over there with a gash across their neck. You never forget the evil in this world when you have stood in it and it overwhelms you. The smell and the just, I mean, if you've ever driven through El Paso on I-10 on a hot day where they slaughter all those cattle, you can smell that shit for miles. And I'm telling you, that's the way it was in some of the places where we'd be in the helicopters going to the scene and you couldn't fucking breathe up there thousands of feet in the air. That's real. I'm not pretending some shit. These are the tapes that play in my mind when I hear John Thune go, well, yeah, I'm not sure we need to do that, and I'm not bringing it forward to a vote. It's like, motherfucker, your life depends on it. Excuse my French, but sometimes this is the way you talk when you're in a field unit with 11 guys, and the rules of engagement he talked about are you can be surrounded and be shot at, and you really can't, you can defend yourself. Same way they used to do us on those
You
Darfur
really
runs
can't
with
defend
Red
yourself.
Cross food. These fucking people, they would say, all you're here for is to keep this plane able to fly and make sure none of the Red Cross people get killed. And we would watch these guys, budding children and women with their AK-47s, loading this rice up in their military trucks, and only the radical military was able to eat this food. Yet we continue to go back. So I promise you, when they're talking about rules of engagement and all, the UN is so heavily involved in this. The same way they had UNRWA, 5 people indicted, charged, and jailed from UN that supported the attack on Israel from Gaza. Nobody ever wants to talk about that. Right? I could name you 1,000. UN wouldn't let us go to Bosnia. When I went to Bosnia, we didn't have permission. We were sneaking in and out of Turkey. Turkey didn't like what was going on there. What was going on in Bosnia? Orthodox Christians were slaughtering Muslims. They don't give a shit what side they pick. Yeah, they don't give a shit what side they pick. They want the country to be destroyed from the inside with an implosion, the way they've laid out this American situation, and then they go in and they take everything over. Look how many names the countries have been in what was the former Yugoslavia.
Yeah.
Even Czechoslovakia. They've broken it up into 9, 10, 12 states, renaming it Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia, blah, blah, until it finally ends up what it is. And that's the same turmoil that we will be looking at here if they divide this country. I need to shut up, man. I'm all fired up. We've been talking 4 hours. This shit really hits me. I got a pet peeve with genocide.
Really bad. Because I hate to get people upset. I don't want anybody to get upset. I'm wanting people to realize that good shit is coming and starting to happen. It's just that we have to make sure that we do whatever we have to legally to win in November. This is our last chance. I feel like this is our last stand, and we can do it. I do believe it. I think there's enough people. We've already proven that by outvoting the steal. We've proven there's enough people.
Sure we have gasoline in the wood chippers, and we keep a firm hand and don't let anybody put newspaper up in the goddamn voting booth or the voting places. And just kind of go quiet. Oh no, look, there's a fucking water leak. Nope. No fucking USB drives. No mystery fucking duffel bags. We start snapping arms, putting faces in walls. The cheaters gotta fucking suffer. What?
I pray a lot. And I talk to the PIAB a lot. And I go out in the street and I fight, and I have this conversation I'm having here, not quite so loud and angrily, but more trying to get people to open their eyes to what's going on. And that's all you can do. Is I can do the best I can do and then pray and turn it over to God, because I can tell you, if God is allowing this because of what America became, allowing children to be raped, cut up, eaten, fetuses to be used to make vaccines out of that killed people globally, worldwide, they didn't even test, and all this other shit. And if we're paying a price for what we've done, that is karma, and we may be powerless over it. If it's God's business, we are powerless over it. That's all I can say about that. And it's his plan, not ours. You know, how long from the time they break up America and give us 5 flags and all this other different shit the UN's running, how long will it be before the big red army comes from the east and destroys the Middle East? Because that's the summation that they call Armageddon. I don't think that's in our lifetime, but if we allow America to be broken up, we've moved in that direction a tremendous amount.
Yeah, because in the
praying
Bible,
that isn't going to happen.
well, in the Bible, America is not mentioned.
That's right.
During the end times.
That's true.
So it does leave you asking the question, where is America? Because America has been there to protect Israel as much as it can. And for the end times to come, America has to fall. It's one of the reasons, as a Christian, I am the way I am. I believe in keeping America strong so we can stand as a bulwark against the darkness. And unfortunately, we have a politician class that created a political party that celebrates darkness, death, and destruction. The Babylon Bee jokingly said that the state of Massachusetts erected a statue of Moloch in front of their state capitol.
That's what they're trying to do here in Arkansas.
Because up to and including birth to be allowed to have abortions. That's demonic. And the fact that there is a political party that's not only celebrating it, they're pushing it and trying to make it.
Remember at her their whole thing, when she was running, that they had a van at their convention for people to get an abortion. So they stand for it. They openly stand for that. So now people know which side. If you're on one side or the other, there is no in between.
All right. I believe that the medical act of abortion should remain legal. But I do not believe in how they're using it as a form of birth control. I do not believe in post-birth fucking abortion. That was one of the things when Obama ran for office in 2008. I was like, oh, hell no. Because this dude had no problem skipping votes while he was in the state house up there. But he left a family vacation just to go and vote against the Born Alive Act in that state and celebrate it. For those of you who don't know what that means, several abortion providers had complained about the fact that the abortion doctors would deliver a baby, and instead of taking that baby to a hospital like they were supposed to do, they were putting them in a soundproofed room and letting them scream themselves to death. And this was supposed to be a law that mandated that if a child survives the attempted abortion, they had to take it to the hospital. And Obama celebrated voting against that law. Okay?
I have a personal story about an Obama thing he did. All right. So I was living in Dallas, Texas. My dad was at Parkland, and he was the forensic pathologist for Dallas, Texas. My next door neighbor was the star quarterback valedictorian in my high school. And we would talk to each other through our windows at night. He babysat me. His name was Rule Hanks Jr. So Rule Hanks Jr. goes to a end of the year party. It was, mid-spring, close to graduation. And he goes to the house of a male cheerleader at the school. Something goes on in his house, and Rule got stabbed 27 times and died. I would go over and talk to his mom, say, oh, they're going to find him. They're going to bring him home, whatever. Well, they found him on Trinity River, just a few, blocks away from where we lived, tied to a 4x8 sheet of plywood with one of those upside down stars on it. So the guy who killed him was a minor. His father was on the sheriff's department, and his name was Michael Edward Chase. When my dad died, I decided to take a trip up there to that neighborhood and just try to get some closure on this. And the house where the murder was committed was razed, and it was just a field. But the reason I needed closure was because I was doing some research around 2012, 2013, and it just, I came across a like a memorandum thing, and it came with a coffee cup, and it was celebrating the state of Texas being forced by the federal government to do a sex change operation. And I read the whole thing, and that person was Michael Edward Chase, who murdered my babysitter. And Obama celebrated it with an official proclamation and a coffee cup that you could buy on Amazon. Let that sink in.
He's the same senator that I talked about a couple of times before he was running for president. And I was talking to some people that were Catholic from Illinois, and they said they loved him and they couldn't wait to vote for him and all this stuff and how excited they were. And I was like, aren't you Catholic? And they said, yeah. And I said, well, he voted that your state would let girls that were 13 get an abortion without their parents' permission. That would be all right. And they went, well, they hem-hawed around about it. So they must not have really cared about their religion to say, oh, well, this time it's okay. It's disgusting and repulsive. When you change what you supposedly stand for, that's a hypocrite. That's like a person saying, well, I don't believe in cheating the whole time you're sitting on another man's lap at a bar.
Yeah, you know what I forgot to mention in my story? When he made that proclamation, and when that Texas Supreme Court made that decision, that was the July 4th that the White House was rainbow lit. People forget.
Yeah, look who they voted for mayor of New York City.
Yeah.
People forget.
But when it came
Even though they had a memorial every single year, fewer and fewer and fewer people cared about it because it's not my Uber Eats. It's not my whatever it is today. See, if it doesn't happen right now in front of me, then it doesn't exist. It doesn't matter. It's old news. That's how people act.
Well, there's
no such thing as tradition anymore.
Here's one thing. We still commemorate Pearl Harbor every year, especially over the Arizona.
Yep.
The last survivor passed away this year, and he was interred with the rest of his shipmates. And to see how quickly the city of New York has ignored what happened to them sickens me.
Mm-hmm.
Especially considering the fact this rich trust fund, Nepo baby Madani, and his wife, who celebrated the October attacks that butchered men, women, and children.
Mm-hmm.
The same people that said we need to abolish police and abolish prisons, despite the fact that their streets are filled with crazy people doing horrible shit. It's like they just keep voting to make it worse. Mm-hmm. All because the mainstream media keeps telling them that's how they need to vote.
Yep. It's sad.
It's literally they're cutting their nose off to spite their face.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's a few people that are I'm seeing more and more and more making videos and putting them out that they don't want Mandami September 11th.
Well, look at the fact that the state of New York,
mm-hmm.
there is a large majority of the New Yorkers, not New York City people, but from the rest of the state, who want to carve off New York City.
Escape from New York.
and say, and they've already said New York City can keep the name New York. We'll change our name to something else.
Mm-hmm.
Because one, no matter how they vote, New York City dominates all state elections. And the city of New York, while there's a lot of people in the city of New York goes, oh, let them go, let them go, let them go. But the people that actually know are like going, oh, hell no. If the rest of the state goes, we're going to go bankrupt. Because the city of New York drains all of the money, all that the money that comes in through the taxes gets sucked into New York City.
Yep.
So they can keep all of their benefits and shit that they've set up there. It's one of the reasons why so many people have fled New York State, not just New York City, but New York State. Let's see. Omen says cutting their nose off to spite their face. Sadly, no anymore. They are simply cutting off their nose and anything else they can, and they don't bother to pause and ask themselves why. True.
Well, I think it's time for us to say, okay, we've brought all this stuff up. We shared our feelings about it. We shared lots of facts tonight. Hopefully some people can make some good decisions, but if they share the information you've learned, you can help open the eyes of other people. And just like I firmly believe it's going to be us, people. It's us. Our senators already proved that they don't care about us. So we have to do it.
You're right. Smashes a mosque tonight.
You watch the Perseid showers?
The Perseids are good. I've been watching them a little bit here and there. They're going on like right now.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
100 like every so many minutes or something like that.
There's easily 100 an hour.
Yeah, 100 an hour.
I can only pray that one hits a mosque, or maybe my ex-wife.
We'll go outside and start praying because we're about to end. But I want to thank you, everyone who hung out with me tonight. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Chris. And thank you to everyone in the chat. We really, really appreciate it.
I'll never change. I'll never fucking change.
I've been hanging out with you for almost 5 years now?
The only way I want to wake up is the news more Muslims died overnight.
So
I just want them gone. I don't want them in the hemisphere. I don't want to have fucking prayer call in my dad's old neighborhood.
I don't either.
I just think it's great. You know, we could just if we would just harness the power of pigs. Just imagine 100 wild pigs running through New York City. Imagine how quick they'd be booking flights, getting the fuck out.
Hold on now. Don't talk smack about the most wondrous animal ever created. Because from the great pig, we get
that's a fucking superpower.
We get bacon, we get ham, we get country ham, we get Canadian bacon, we get pork chops, we get pork roast, we get ribs,
Canadian bacon and ham.
We get yummies out of pigs.
Pork steak.
Check this shit out. There's this guy named Ali Taiz, and he runs something called Fall of the Nations, but he's got his own little website. And today he said he did a meme that somebody did where they were throwing pork loins and shit on a crowd of Muslims and they were running. And at the end, he goes, really, all you got to do is take one pork chop and nail it to their door, and you'll never see them again.
Well,
The
y'all
power
heard-
of the
okay.
pig.
Here's a bit of history if you guys have heard this
Don't give
story.
me ideas.
All right.
Don't give me ideas.
Okay, remember when we were in the Philippines in the
20s,
the early 1900s, okay, we were having major problems with Muslim uprisings in the Philippines.
You're gonna talk about blackjack, right?
They
Okay.
took 100 of these captured Muslims, had them strung up and had holes dug in front of them. They brought in 100 pigs, killed the pig, gutted the pig, watched all the innards of the pig go into the hole, looked at the Muslim that was sitting in front of it, pow, dumped him in the hole, dumped the dead pig on top, and then covered it up. Went to the next one, did the exact same thing, all the way down to number
Where
100,
was this?
and they cut him loose and
BI.
said, go back and tell all of your buddies this is what we're going to do to you. They didn't have no more Muslim problems for almost 100 years.
What country
Yeah.
was this?
The
The
Philippines.
Philippines.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind now, Spain was really the first nation to really globally travel, right? And they set up all our early shit here, right? That was Spain. The whole thing about, you know why Portugal is where it is and Spain is where it is? Because when the Crusades happened, the Muslims agreed to take the property behind the Pyrenees Mountains there, and that was going to be the Muslim land, and then the Catholic Church overtook the rest of Spain. However, Spain is no longer a Christian nation. It's a Muslim nation now. So you have to look at all the
debatable.
well, I watch
It's more
Spanish
secular now.
television.
I think it's more secular because you do still have sections of
Oh,
Spain.
it's secular. Yeah, it's secular.
There's sections of Spain itself that are extremely Roman Catholic, and there are some areas that are very Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
And the king over there, he's messed up. And yes, Janet from another planet, PETA should stand for people eating tasty animals. Yum! It's the one thing I love.
You've been up too long, Janet.
I know. I'm tired. I'm so stuffed up, you guys. I can't even breathe through my nose.
I know. I'm beat.
I am so tired. But
hold on. If you're really stuffed up, try this. Can you read that?
No.
Anti shit. This is what they give me for my antihistamine problems.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm having really bad allergies, Loratadine. This has been giving me wonders. I can breathe through my nose now.
Well, good, but yeah, don't forget that. I say that a lot. I used to have a T-shirt that had that on it, and I'm trying to find another one. But
I had a friend of mine that had a T-shirt like that when we went to college, and he loved wearing the T-shirt except for one thing. There was a crazy vegan chick that kept throwing her coffee on him.
Well, I was going to tell Bruce, I was going to say, that shirt disappeared. I wonder who took it. Bruce?
Well, everybody just make sure and keep pork chops in the house, because I heard you can use a pork chop on like more than one person, right? When they're coming at you with the knife, you just throw it at them and smack them in the face with it. They're gone. They drop the knife and start running, pick it up and find another one.
All you guys got to do, you know how when you buy a ham, it's got water in it, right? Okay. So you just keep covering your ham with that water and put it in your squirt guns. And all of us have that. You got everything you need.
Yeah, we should have dildo shaped squirt guns.
I'm out.
With
I'll
pig
see you tomorrow.
We had a rumor that actually got out that American special operators were dipping their bullets in pig's blood.
Oh.
And going into before they went into combat, and for several months, the Muslim that we were fighting in Iraq and Afghanistan stopped fighting us.
Yeah, I
because
can
of that
believe it.
rumor.
But well, I'm gonna say good night to everyone, and hope you guys have a. Oh, I gotta put the other one down. Have a great weekend. So talk to you guys later.
All right, love you guys. Thank.
American COVID-19 vaccine deaths. It ranges from about 470,000 from Pfizer alone up to 840,000 American deaths from the COVID-19 vaccines. We have to remember that that is rivaling the American soldier death toll of World War I, World War II, Vietnam, and the Iraq War combined.